Warning: the following video has several spoilers for Project Horizons. Do not watch if you do not want spoilers. It also contains scathing criticism and lots of swearing. You have been warned. Good evening, and welcome to Post-Apoc Horse Talk. I'm your host, Galantagious, and this is my co-host, BG and Nexus of Concordia. Say hello, you two.
Hello.
Hello.
So, today we'll be doing our Hearthswarming special. If you're familiar with the content of this channel, it'll be very much similar to last year's Hearthswarming special, though we're going with the most infamous of fics within the fandom, in my opinion, Project Horizons. Oh boy, Project Horizons. But before we get on to that, let's please welcome our guest tonight. Moonlight Grimoire.
Hello.
Whack.
Greetings.
And Sour Cherry.
Hello, and a bit of rum.
Yes, and a bit of rum. We're going to need it. So.
If only I had some.
if only we had some, yes. So let us get right into it, and let's start with this. Let's start actually with everyone's opinions of Project Horizons going forward. So you can't accuse us of just, everyone here hates the fic. So let's start with my co-hosts, BG.
Honestly, it's a fic that inspired people to create fan art and drew people into the fandom. Even if certain parts of the fic may be, well, questionable, you gotta judge it on its merits for the fandom.
I kind of agree. For all its faults, it's kind of foundational to the fandom as a whole. Foundational work, that is.
And let's now move on to our guests. So, Moonlight.
Well, I'll be honest, I do enjoy Project Horizons. My core issues with it are more stylistic than content, because it is long in the tooth after the first arc. Everything is 20,000 or more words, and there are a lot of scenes that don't move. They don't get the story going anywhere. But again, I still overall really enjoy it.
I will actually go and second the Moonlight's notion there that occasionally the fic seems to just stand still when it comes to plot. Nothing actually meaningful happens here and there, and it's just Blackjack having her own doubts and such. So it's doesn't move onwards. So potentially, with the overall arc being as it is, it would be much more complete experience with a few more edits through and see what can actually be removed and such. And also, some parts could be potentially left out entirely because they do not actually fit in as well. And I will now say outright here right now that yours truly has not, in fact, finished reading the story because I left reading it approximately at the halfway mark after the infamous scene. Let's just say, leave it at that.
Understandable. And yeah,
While-
the fic has... Yeah, go ahead.
While my opinion on Project Horizons is that I'd rather do class. For all the aforementioned reasons, it's not. Well, it has its merits in having brought people to the fandom, but at the same time, there's so much to be fixed. And if I haven't also read it to the finish because, well, just the length of the chapters themselves are small novels, so just it became a little too much for my poor unfocused brain. Hence why I'd rather chew glass than try and read it again.
I think anyone who has watched any episodes of Post Apoc Horse Talk will know my feelings on the matter, but to reiterate for those who have not heard them before, my honest opinion is that even as much as I dislike it, and I do dislike Project Horizons quite intently, I still feel it is a very important work, and arguably a magnum opus for the fandom, and it does need to be read by everybody, at least partially. You don't necessarily have to get through the whole thing because it is a slog, and anyone who's ever read it can agree that it is a slog.
Yeah, it's not one of those books that you go like, oh, I would love to read this again. And this comes from a person who reads or used to read a lot. And I have books that I really enjoyed and sometimes even reread because they're so much fun. And Project Horizons is definitely not that for me.
Yeah, Project Horizons, it has a lot of problems with it too, like not least of which the very questionable content.
Yeah, it is not for all, but you can try to pick it up and see for yourself. Just, like with pretty much everything in life, try it for yourself so you know what your actual feelings are about that.
I will be real with everyone here. It is not a book for everyone, like Wax said. But I would say that, the bad parts about it are definitely bad, but they're not so terrible as in they're not often presented in such a way as they're meant to be good things somehow. They are still seen as bad things. But that being said,
well, I would have a few things to say about the incredibly excess it goes into sometimes.
Yeah, no one disagrees that is very excessive in the way it portrays everything. It is over the top, to say the least.
Also, I would add that just because of how foundational it is to the fandom, how important it is, how widely known it is, that alone means that it deserves a more, what's the word? Critical examination.
Because I have no doubt in my mind that, we're going to get some ire from a lot of people who really enjoy Project Horizons from making this video, because we're going to be pretty critical of it. That's no doubt here.
Yes. Even as someone who had a lot of conversations with Somber and helped with some of the scenes in the later story, I am probably wouldn't be too critical for a lot of people who are diehard fans of this. And I worked on that as I loved the story at the time. I still do. I want it to be better, which ironically is the tagline for the story: "Be better." Unfortunately, the story does not be better.
But really,
it is unfortunate, but nevertheless, let us get right into it now. So, if you want to follow along, unfortunately, you won't be able to follow on completely with us when it comes to our what's the word we're looking for? Summaries of the chapters, because not naming any names, but somebody didn't manage to finish the summary on the fandom wiki. So they've only got up until chapter 16 on there. So you can follow up until then. Unfortunately, from then on, we've got our own notes. So you will know that there will be a slight change in tone.
To be fair, summarizing Project Horizons is a Herculean task.
It is. It is truly a mammoth task, and no one should have to do it. But we decided, mostly the very generous contributors of my guests, agreed to make those notes. And I cannot thank them enough for it.
And I propose a toast to Moonlight for this.
Thank you.
Yes, all hail Moonlight, our maker of summaries.
But anywho, again, let's get back into it. So, chapter 1, pretty simple stuff here. It's just the opening, and it just shows Blackjack's life. It shows what she is like, what the stable is like, and quite how fucked the stable is, or at least alluding to those details. It shows that Blackjack does have some good qualities about her. That, you know, she is merciful and she follows the rules whenever she can. At least at this time, she follows the rules when she can. You know, she went out of her way to try and help an injured person who was, as far as she was aware, not much longer for this world. So that's a point. We then have the inciting incident that the new Overmare gets very paranoid. She enlists the help of a mysterious benefactor who wants a file that's inside the stable, the infamous EC1101. And our first antagonist, Deus, and his wayward guide back to the stable, U21, brings them and the raiders to the stable. They break in and cause all manners of chaos. And that's basically chapter 1 in a nutshell.
Well, in this particular chaos, Blackjack grabs the EC1101 on her big bug and departs the stable in order to get the raiders also from the stable.
Yes. Thank you for reminding me. So, any thoughts, anyone?
Well, as far as setup goes, I don't think the first chapter is that bad. I wouldn't necessarily change all that much.
No, I mean it's a setup, though if I'm being truly honest, the logical thing would have been to, you know, load EC1101 onto a empty pip buck and then destroy the pip buck. Or, you know, put it on a pip buck tied to an explosive device and then just walk outside, throw it away, and wait for Deus to find that it's exploded and then go back in. That would have been, you completely sidestep the entire issue. But then again, there's no story to that. That's just, oh no, there was a problem. We solved our problem.
Time to head back to the stable and never leave.
Time to continue with our horrible lives down here and execute a perfectly normal person. Perfectly normal, well-adjusted person. Anyway, chapter 2. Really short stuff about this one. BJ and P21 encounter a sprite bot that helps them. Watcher introduces himself through it. They discover a small farm in a place called Flooded Fields. Reads a terminal. Finds finds the resting place of Granny Smith of all people, and gain a Blackjack figurine in chapter 2. By the by, chapter 2. They're already getting, you know, Ministry Mare figurines.
Well, that's an accelerated timeline if I ever saw one.
U21 turns up with some thugs. Blackjack kills the thugs but spares U21, even gives him a healing potion. They continue traveling some more. They arrive at a place called Withers, encounter some, I think that's meant to be raiders. They kill the raiders. rescue a half-dozen Crusaders. Watcher shows up again, admits he intentionally sent them this way to clear out the raiders. So Watcher is a lot more manipulative all of a sudden.
I don't recall
Yes.
Watcher being manipulated towards Little Pip in the original story.
Okay, so since I did also recently read Fallout Equestria, Watcher, in his first encounter with Little Pip, literally tells her to go into the Ponyville Library, which is full of raiders, without telling her that, to rescue Ditsy with also not telling her about that. So he's known in even the base story as for doing a testamental for those he encounters.
All right, I stand corrected.
I mean, yes,
Sounds
he
more
does
like
test.
using people.
He does test them, but he doesn't tell them the lack of risks. This is, I feel, a little bit out of character for Watcher, because I can see him not telling her about the foals, because he didn't tell Little Pip about Ditsy Doo, but he definitely told Little Pip about the raiders, but he didn't tell Blackjack about the raiders. So that's why
Little Pip that the library was their stronghold, just that there was a book there that she should get. So, yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, so Watcher, manipulative, but in this case, he's a bit leaves too many details out, is what Galad is trying to suggest.
Yeah, I'm thinking that, a Watcher is a little bit out of character here. Not so far as you could think is a different character, but far enough that you think that he's not been written correctly.
It is a situation of, it is a slight side grade that is within, in my opinion, good parameters.
Anyone else have any comment on this current discussion?
I agree.
I think if you only had the first few chapters of Other Question, then you could reasonably assume that this is how he would behave, but
yeah.
It's within the parameters.
All right, I'll concede the point. All right, Chapter 3. Crusaders teach Blackjack and Peter on some wasteland, the basic bits you need to know: caps, repairing, factions, locations, all the stuff you need to do. They start traveling together and make their way towards Huffington through the boneyard. Blackjack, being a dipshit, doesn't listen to the Crusaders and attempts to loot what's in the boneyard. Unsurprisingly, she fucked around and she found out. Ends up that one of the little kids, one Scootle, is ripped to shreds by ghouls, and Silver Spoon, of all people, is in the boneyard. After Blackjack manages to talk to her and convince her that they're not a threat and she's her friend, she calls the ghouls off, because that's a thing, that ghouls listen to glowing ones.
Well,
is that a New Vegas thing?
Kinda, but
Yeah, and that kind of makes sense when you consider that ghouls in Fallout Equestria work differently than ghouls in Fallout.
Okay, I grant that. Like, we know that ghouls have a social structure from Fallout 3, which we should take any information from Fallout 3 with like a tablespoon of salt. But I'm just thinking that I don't think that once the ire is up for ghouls, I don't think that just having a glowing one there will make them stop. But that's a side point. You have something to want to say, Whack?
I basically covered it, but main thing there would be that ghouls may technically have some sort of a structure when it comes to glowing ones, as they might feel that the glowing one protects them / heals them /
Should we go more into this ghoul thing, or just after we're done with the chapter summary?
Yeah, let's continue.
We'll continue that in a bit. Blackjack and P21 travel to an old cottage by Lake Macintosh, where Blackjack starts to suffer radiation sickness, while P21 gathers some supplies. Watcher shows up again and asks Blackjack the question, is this the point where the wasteland breaks you? No, it isn't. That'd be a really shitty story. Blackjack fights some Radigators and finds some Radaway in a crashed carriage on a small island on the lake, and helps secure her radiation poisoning. And that's chapter 3. So, Ghouls, what was it you wanted to bring up in specific, Nexus?
I feel like this is the very first excess of needless grimdark. Like, I get what it might have been meant to show, but this is like an interesting thing to start off the fic with.
Yeah, it is a very much. I think it was an opening lesson that Blackjack is going to continue to fuck around, and everyone else is going to find out.
Yeah, but it didn't need to be this needlessly grim. I would even call it grim derp at this point.
Yeah. In all honesty, this is one of the weaker parts, and also where we start seeing the issue of chapters aren't broken up as they should be, as there are definitely 2 different chapters in this one chapter. But with the ghouls and the crusaders situation, it is there were many ways that this could have been handled a lot better, where it could have just been, Blackjack makes a mistake, P21 pays consequences and is hurt.
That would have made some sense, yeah.
They didn't need to have a, in all honesty, very graphic scene of a child being ripped apart by zombies. It's not really useful. It just sets the tone for, we're going to be overly violent and gory.
And children are going to be a surprisingly common group of people to receive this kind of gratuitous violence too.
Well,
Yes,
I think it's more because there's a trope of, children not being victims of violence in fiction. And there are people who are like, look at how edgy I am killing children in this fic. And
yeah, when people do it,
just hurting
I can
children.
respect it when media portrays violence against children, varying degrees, as something that just happens, as part of realism, rather than going, what you just said.
And the story does that later on, where it's like, hey, yes, look, everyone's dead, the women, the children, and the elderly. But it doesn't go out of its way in that situation, linger on the fact that it's the kids.
They're just another victim in this.
Yeah, it extends the logical conclusion of unfeathered violence will consume all, instead of this very specific scene of violence against children, which is pretty damn graphic.
It's pretty damn graphic, and also good mentioning is that this particular character who died was introduced in this chapter or the last one?
Kind of. I mean, it was basically it was this chapter.
Yeah.
So all that violence for a character we didn't get that much time to build up to even care about.
It's one of those mistakes of, I'm going to introduce a character just for them to die. Which this story, unfortunately, does a lot in the beginning.
Yeah.
And as far as I'm concerned, that's like one of the mortal sins that you can commit as a writer.
Yeah.
I made this character, and now they're dead. I made this character again, and now they're dead.
Yeah, I was saying that in this particular instance, what Munaf said earlier, if the one who had suffered the most would have been P21, not mortally, but definitely badly mauled, that would have driven the point home early that, Blackjack's actions have consequences, and oftentimes bad consequences.
And it's not even necessarily that she suffers those consequences.
Exactly. The point
Yeah.
would have been driven home much better than instantly killing off a character right then and there.
Yeah.
Other
but
options
as
are
we see in later chapters, Somber sure loves to kill off characters pretty damn early.
So that's
But-
my note on that. Basically, if the entire chapter doesn't have to change much, possibly just splitting it in half. But
I mean, mostly what would be for splitting it is the end of chapter 2 is introduction of the Crusaders, and chapter 3 is half Crusaders and half Blackjack dying of radiation poisoning and wrestling Radigators to cure it. It honestly, you should have chapter 3 just be the Crusaders, and then chapter 4 being her suffering radiation.
But I think we can establish that chapter dividing is something that somebody should have done a bit more, so we don't have to linger on it as much in later chapters because it's going to come up.
Oh yeah, the chapters only get longer from here.
They namely get longer after chapter 16.
Oh boy.
Anyway, chapter 4. Blackjack and P21 listen to the Overmare's logs while they're traveling. They learn that Deus works for Sanguine and that the Overmare had killed Ducktape. We'll get onto Ducktape more probably a bit later. They find some robots, fight them, shoot them up, kill them. Can you kill a robot? Not sure.
Destroy them.
Yes. At a place called Weather Monitoring Station 4. They go inside, fight some more robots inside. Find a lovely little Pegapet called Morning Glory, terrified to death, and she shoots Blackjack in the face because her eyes are starting to glow because radiation works that quickly. Blackjack and Precinct 1 listen to the audio logs on the last day inside the station. Glory then tells them a bit about herself. She's a member of the Enclave who joined the Volunteer Corps. The initiative was supposed to help service ponies, but first ponies Glory's platoon met were raiders who killed half of them. The other half were killed by security systems when they fell back to the station. Only Glory survived. Now she has nowhere to go and joins the squad. They travel to Pony Joe's, where Blackjack kills a few raiders with Glory's help. The group spends the night in some trailer, where Blackjack listens to radio and hears DJ Pone 3 talking about clearing out the raiders. DJ gives her a nickname, Security Mare.
That's pretty fast for getting a nickname.
I was about to ask, when did Little Pip get her nickname from the radio?
Oh.
Technically, this is long before Little Pip even starts doing her thing. Like, she hasn't even come out of her stable yet.
Yeah, like I said, breakneck pace.
Yep, breakneck pace.
Little Pip gained the title The Lightbringer on chapter 27.
Well, they had the Stable Dweller title earlier on. If I remember, actually, it was the chapter where she's in Appaloosa that she hears that over the radio.
That would in what?
So
At
that's
least like chapter
5, 6. It's 5, 6, or 7. One of those three. This when she gets the initial name, which is akin to Security. Because it's a descriptive title of what they are and not a heroic title.
Well, yeah, like we're not. But yeah, okay, that's fair. That's fair. One thing I will say, I'm really sorry. What are you gonna say, Mooney?
It is a little bit early because she has kind of done fuck all.
She's killed 2 raider nests and a grand total of like maybe a little bit less than a dozen raiders.
Yeah.
Like, she has done no better than the average mercenary at this point.
Yeah.
But anyway, yes. One thing I really like about Project Horizons, so this is something I will give it great praise for, is I really enjoyed the way it tried to portray the Enclave. I liked the way they portrayed them as much more in depth. They had their own much more nuanced political struggles. They weren't just basically, this is a big fascist here, we're going to do some big fascism.
Yes. That is
I'm definitely agreeing with that.
that is one of the reasons why I really do enjoy the Enclave and Project Horizons in this, is that there's a lot of nuance put into their structure and how it, it conflicts within itself, and how individuals have some agency instead of just being an endless swarm of mass nukes that you slaughter.
Mm.
Yeah. And frankly, this would be one of the first examples of Project Horizon's merits, in that it, expands on that original skeleton in the universe, and inspires other writers to also see something different in the Enclave, in those sub-factions and all.
So we are given a tidbit of information that the Enclave, we never really told why people in general knew about the Enclave before the Enclave showed their hand and started, destroying towns, because that makes sense. By the by, we get to see that they already had contact with the surface, that they're looking to interact with them for some unknown reason at this point. People who have read far enough the fic already know the reason, but fact of the matter is, they seem to want to, at least talk with the surface. Though
Yeah.
I am genuinely surprised that, they got so overwhelmed so easily. A platoon is not a small number of people.
No. But to keep in mind with the volunteer corps, they have at best pistols for their armaments. They are not meant for combat, they are meant for basically ambassadorial operation.
Oh, that is not I don't think that was a question that was up for debate. That is true. But a platoon is a large number of individuals. It does vary from army to army, but that number is usually between 18 to 21 people.
Yes.
And 21 people, even with pistols, are not a defenseless target.
Yes.
Not to mention that. Yeah. Go ahead, Bonnie.
So, it is a situation of when they go and talk about volunteer corps later some more, it sheds light onto this. They specifically sent people down who had little to no training, and the ones who did were specifically operating in more secure locations and information gathering. The less trained ones were literally sent out as cannon fodder for. We'll get into the reasons in a while when that comes up. So that is part of the first arc.
Anyway, shall we continue then? Chapter
Yes.
5. Blackjack, Glory, and P21 arrive at Megamart. I really like how this scene is portrayed. I like Megamart as a place. It's quite cool. But moving on. They meet its manager, Bottlecap. Also, great character. Blackjack asks her about EC1101 and decrypting it. The price is quite extraordinary at some 10,000 caps. Bottlecap shows them a bulletin board with open bounties and points to Fluttershy Medical Center. When asked about P21's healing P21's leg, Blackjack gets healed in Bonesoul's clinic. Glory suggests an alternative to paying 10,000 caps for decryption. Go to Skyport and let the Enclave do it. She also talks a bit about the Enclave's history. P21 chooses 3 side quests from the bulletin board: collect rad scorpion glands, get some components and blueprints from Ironshod, and remove the squatters from the Fluttershy Medical Center. The group leaves Megamart and goes out to the glands. I guess that's the right thing. Goes out to get the glands. They fight rad scorpions. One of them is very big. It bites Glory, and she needs antidote. She can prepare one, but not without some lab equipment. Group goes to Ironshod Firearms, looking to find a lab there. They find some robots and find a lab where P21 makes the antidote. Meanwhile, Blackjack explores the building. She finds specialty ammunition and tests it on some robots. She also discovers Dr. Trottenheimer's Folly, because we always needed Dr. Oppenheimer in this fucking game, fucking story, and finds his gun, Trottenheimer's Folly. He's got a massive hole in his head when he was discovered. Glory wakes up and tells the volunteer corps, tells Blackjack about the volunteer corps. Blackjack reads Trottenheimer's journal. P21 downloads the blueprints from the mainframes of Blackjack's pip-book. Kind of not much to say about this one. It's just, here's your starting quest, guys.
Yeah, it's a lot of setup that doesn't have terribly much meat on the bones. But it's one of those things where it's like, okay, it works as a chapter, but there isn't much really to there is some actual lore in here that becomes relevant later, but again, for the most part, it's just like things happen, and it feels very much like a DM describing to the party, okay, so this happens after your rolls, and just keeps going. And it's like, do you get to do anything? No, you already rolled for it.
Yeah, it feels a lot like either a tabletop game or video game setup.
I would, as a GM, I would say this sounds pretty much like a after-action report of a tabletop session.
Yeah. And to that end, there are a lot of sections in later on parts that are very feeling like the GM's like, okay, so let me just give you an exposition dump. Because the entire world effectively freezes while this is happening. It's one of the more awkward parts of the writing that Songbird has, is that he will practically pause the scene to give you a long exposition as basically a novelette. And then it's like, okay, so that happened in like 6 seconds, moving on. It's like, oh, that's jarring.
Yeah, all the lore.
And that also extends to the combat, where it's described very lovingly, which is really not needed, and it feels like it takes the same amount of time as a tabletop fight. It's exhausting.
Yeah, I see your point. Basically, in these moments, the fights occur and are described, but are there any stakes in them? That's probably the largest part. Are there any stakes in these fights that matter to the plot in general?
Anyway, let's continue on then, unless anyone has any more points they want to bring up. Okay. Chapter 6. The group arrives outside the Fluttershy Medical Center and meets a few society ponies led by Prince Splendid, the fucking arrogant bougie prick. They were the ones who posted a bounty in Megamart. Splendid wants to expel the collegiate from the clinic and get access to the medical evidence in hopes of curing his father. Blackjack, P21, and Glory enter the clinic and meet some collegiate pony stationed there. Their leader, Archie, explains that they're after the technology at the upper levels that are apparently untouched. However, their scavenging teams that went there never came back, and they don't want to allow Splendid to enter because he'll just use the technology for himself, and they want to study it and produce more. The group rides an elevator to the 15th floor and is welcomed by a big "play" written on the wall in blood. They start exploring the creepy floor and encounter a grenade trap. After some time, they're pulled into a strange game, which involves them running for their lives. Glory gets separated. Blackjack decides that the best strategy is to separate from P21, because of course that was never a good idea to begin with.
Yeah.
He'll search for a way to make the sick game stop, and she'll act as a decoy. She runs around and soon gains the attention of a small army of robots dressed up in skins, because of course, that's what we're going for here. Blackjack manages to outrun the little abominations and hides in an old office. She listens to voice logs about the Enclave team that came here to explore the hospital and started trying to use the stasis pods. They fell victim to the creepy robots. Blackjack starts running again, but is tricked into watching her first memory orb. It's about Dr. Redheart, Garnet, Cheerilee, and Fluttershy talking about using the stasis pods to store a group of injured children while they're waiting for transplant organs. While Blackjack watches the orb, the abominations tie her to an operating table and cut her open. Glory and P21 come to rescue her, and BJ managed to shut down the robots by destroying the cable connecting the pods to the maintenance robots. Glory manages to heal Blackjack with a powerful regeneration talisman, but unfortunately, the last one left in the clinic. Now Blackjack needs to make a difficult choice. The kids were left in the stasis pod for 2 centuries and went insane. At some point, the Enclave appeared and connected the mainframe to the repair robots, which allowed the kids to control them. Blackjack can either leave them in the pods and hope that someday someone will open the pods and help them, or kill them. Knowing that the first scenario is extremely unlikely and that the kids are insane from being in the pods for so long, she decides to end their suffering. When leaving the floor, Blackjack finds Red Heart's body and takes a Fluttershy figurine from her hooves. So, first thing is the last thing. She picked up another statuette within 4 chapters of the last one.
Mm-hmm.
That's real fast. Unreasonably fast.
Also,
Good
To
rewards,
put it
but
mildly.
pretty fast.
I feel like it could come up in some other situation. I don't feel like this situation as it is fits that reward.
Mhm.
I'm not sure what you're driving at then, Sour. Would you
So
like to
she
explain?
gets the statuette of kindness for killing a bunch of kids.
Yeah.
Admittedly, they
I
were insane
see.
children who had no hope of being ever, recovered. But at the same time, it is a weird way to show kindness.
Yeah, like
Especially
honestly,
as it,
uh,
I don't.
especially as it wasn't
This
urgent to kill them. Like, really, she could have, delayed that decision. There was nothing saying that the children were in immediate danger. But go ahead, Sour.
and there was this this feeling of I don't know. That felt like a low bar to jump over. To me,
yes.
I mean, I feel like there should have been something more to this to warrant getting a statue out of it.
And to that end, I personally feel that this would have been a situation of getting a statuette that was more along the lines of Applejack and her being honest about the situation instead of,
Or, a rarity, because be unwavering.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And this would have been a good point for her to get her first statuette, where she has earned it so long as it isn't kindness.
And I mean, it wasn't exactly, a choice where she found a solution. She merely, had 2 options presented to her on a platter and just chose one, really. It's.
She could have
It was
I would have liked if she had tried to find a third option. Or
She does. During that, she actually does. She spends a good while digging through to see if there's something else, and it's like, no, there's really only and then 2 options because any third option is literally coming from the outside, and she has to make a choice here, and it branches from what option she chooses here.
Because while the collegiate definitely are the altruistic type and would at least try to help the kids, she can't guarantee that the collegiate are going to still be in control of the facility.
Yes.
or the situation for that.
And the society, she has no reason to believe the society has anything other than their own particular desires in mind.
Yep.
Yeah. Basically, I would have had, if I were to do a change in this, I would have had the statuette be something else.
Yes.
I would have
Or,
gone for
another
rarity
statuette.
personally.
And
I would have gone for no statue, really.
That's also
Yeah.
an option. If there's a statuette, it would be something else than Fluttershy, proper rarity, or there would be no statuette at all that can be attributed to potentially a later, much more fitting.
Yes, because we got plenty of events that we can have a look into for when would be
Yes.
appropriate for a statuette. There are no shortage of events like that in Project Horizons.
Yeah.
Let me also
So, yeah,
say, quickly here. Let me also say that Little Bit got Applejack statuette in chapter 6 and Red statuette at chapter 10. Just for the.
So yeah, this would have been an appropriate place for her to get her first statuette, and that would have been Rarity. This would have had been written slightly differently, but it could have still fit.
I would say that given the fact that this is a much longer fic than the original one, we could more reasonably stretch out when she gets her statuettes if we wanted to rewrite this.
Yeah.
But, story beat wise, I don't really think there's too many problems with this chapter.
Not actually. It's pretty well. It could be also divided in parts. Basically, the first area where it actually revolves around getting the shop to go to the clinic, and then the second part actually focusing on the clinic itself, probably.
It's still gratuitously grim, but that's a par for the course with this story.
And again, if this was the first instance of a rather grim thing, and it had less of the robots wearing flesh, which still actually makes a bit of sense of that they wanted to get their flesh back, and they were acting in a way that is very child mind logic, which is why it's horrific, but still. The idea
It's
of them
it's very early 2010s horror.
Yeah. I still feel that the core idea of this chapter could still be used just fine without being over the top. Because the idea of, here are some people who have been in stasis. The stasis works as it suspends your body but not your mind for 2 centuries, and having gone as insane as Pharaoh ghouls, and then someone made the mistake of giving them control of anything. Yeah, that works. The fact that it's kids again, it's starting to get a little awkward.
Yeah, it's also beginning to show a bit of a trend.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But anywho, let us continue on. Chapter 7. Blackjack, Glory, and Peter leave the top levels of the Fluttershy Medical Center. Prince Splendid signs a note so that Blackjack can get paid a Megamart. She did not technically remove the squatters, but made it possible for society to enter the hospital. The group heads back to Megamart. Blackjack didn't take the events of the medical center well and snaps when a group of poorly armed slavers attack the group. She kills most of them in a fury, letting one mare go after breaking her horn and promising to turn her into paint if she ever does slavery again. P-21 unlocks the cages with the slaves. Glory moves the head of one of the slavers, wanting to compare the normal pony's brain with a raider's brain, hoping to find out why the raiders are so aggressive. She soon finds a raider's head as the group encounters a few on the way. Blackjack turns on her Pip-Buck radio and finds out that GD Pone 3 is talking about how security helped at the Fluttershy Medical Center and how she shut down the slavers just moments ago. ZG also mentions the stable dweller. So this is the first time we hear of Little Pip and company doing their stuff. So it's shutting down a slaver town, so I assume they're talking about Old Appaloosa. So this is at basically the same point Old Appaloosa starts being a thing.
Hold on, so the broadcast only talks about Little Pip.
It talks a bit about Blackjack and a bit about Little Pip.
Okay, but remind me, what does it say about Blackjack?
It says that she helped at the Fluttershy Medical Center and she shut down the slavers that she just slaughtered just now. And that the stable dweller shut down Old Appaloosa.
Even with control over the towers, that's some real fucking fast intelligence.
Indeed it is.
Mm-hmm.
But let's not dwell on this for just a second. We'll continue on and then make up our points a bit later once it's all finished.
Yeah.
Blackjack passes out, overwhelmed by recent events. Blackjack wakes up in Bottlecap's office in Megamart. She talks with Bottlecap and learns a bit about the Finders. Bottlecap has 2 sisters. Both of them run hubs like Megamart. The difference is that Caprice, running a hub in Flank, also sells sex and chems, and Ursery, running Paradise, deals with slavery. Blackjack picks up some more jobs, patrol the highway between here and Flank, scavenge electronics from the Miramare Air Station and deliver mail to Flank. She also plans to visit Brimstone's Fall and cripple the slave operation there. Having nothing to do in the middle of the night, Blackjack joins a game of poker and drinks alcohol for the first time. During the game, Blackjack spots U-21, chases after him, and runs into Deus. Blackjack, still drunk, starts a fight by making Deus's guns shoot. That makes the gun, a giant sentry gun, fire at Deus and causes a lot of destruction, also hurting Blackjack. Friends arrive and Bottlecut makes Deus leave, but before that he places a 50,000 cap bounty on Blackjack, or 100,000 if she's alive. P21 and Glory get Blackjack some new armor and weapons. Alright.
Once more, could have been divided into multiple chapters.
Yes.
Mhm.
I mean, this didn't actually, I don't think it actually needed to be. Like, I honestly think that this could have just been one chapter, but there's not much that actually happens in it. There's a lot of words, but not much actually happening.
Yeah, like how would you?
Condense the chapter a little.
So this chapter, if I remember correctly, is about 12,000 words. So it would be fine to make into two 6,000 sized word chapters, which is, they go to the Mega Mart, and then it picks up in the morning for the next chapter. So it could have been divided. It would make it more manageable sizes with being 6,000 words instead of 12. But it's with the length that it has, it's fine. It still has that general pacing issue of it feels like, why are some areas taking longer than others?
My honest opinion about what they could have done with this one is just don't mention Little Pip. Clearly DJ 3 has an awful lot of control over what is mentioned where on the radio. In general, I don't think that DJ 3 actually needs to be a radio figure here. If I'm being honest, I think that a better thing would have been just have a separate radio for this area that, talks with DJ 3 and passes information around between the two of them. But I would have preferred a separate radio entity in general.
Yeah. Because now it sounds like there's only one radio station and just nah.
Which kind of is true from the scene we get in the base story where she has access to every MAS tower and all the cameras on it. But at the same time, it would have been better if this was a situation of maybe in passing if she hears about like the stable dweller, and then in another scene, like someone mentions, hey, someone knocked out those slavers up there. It's like, oh, okay. Like it feels again like there's a bit of too much condensing of events going on, while at the same time having long stretches of nothing going on. But yeah, take it or leave it with Little Pip being mentioned, in my opinion. It's like, And I get the idea of that basically both characters are waging a war on slavery, so that's kind of worthy of putting in, a radio broadcast.
That is a thing. They are both looking to wage a war on slavery, which is, this is during the time when Blackjack actually cares about slavery, and we'll get onto that. We will almost assuredly get onto that.
Unfortunately.
One of the things, like this is a minor nitpick more than anything else, but I don't like the name The Finders for this, what is basically a merchant's guild.
Yeah, I mean, it's based off of the founder's name, which is Finders Keepers, and it's like, okay, I get it, it's a nice little reference to them, but it's a little
too awkward. On the nose?
Yeah, it's a little too on the nose. It's a situation of, like, there could be two parts within a overall organization. One's the Finders, which are the people who manage to do all, the bounty work, and then there's the other half, which, fuck me if I know a name for it, but that will be the other half, which is the merchant side of it. And, it's hand in hand. One gets things, the other sells things. It would make more sense. Instead of just being the Finders. What do? They find
things and sell them to you for things.
Yeah. It's a little lacking in creativity.
It's a nitpick, all things considered. You can live with it. I think everyone can live with it.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like, it could have been done better. It's fine.
Yeah, from an in-universe perspective, it's a little misleading.
Yeah.
All right. One thing actually I do like. I think I'd quite like. Well, I mean, I also hate, but I also like Deus as an antagonist,
Yes.
and I think he's a really good antagonist because he's just cartoonishly evil. This is a world where you've got cartoonish characters. It's fine. I love it. Have a
Yes.
cartoonishly evil person. Just be here.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's where Project Horizons shines, in doing things just for fun's sake.
Yes, though there are points where it goes too far with that, which we'll probably get to later, and is the part where the story actually makes me cringe, which is impressive, given how much there is to cringe about this story. That's the only part of it that really makes me go, "Oh, please no."
Yeah, we'll get on to the many things to cringe about in this story.
Mhm.
But yes, I do like Deus as the first arc's villain. He is cartoonishly evil for basically the sake of being cartoonishly evil, and it's an enjoyable ride with having him around because he's fun. He is a threat that she cannot deal with. That
He just
he
yells
makes
cunt to the top of his lungs.
yes,
Yeah,
he
and
is
that's kind of hard to forget.
yes, he is exceptionally memorable and frankly one of the best written antagonists in the story.
And this is before he became complicated.
Yeah, but that's
Before we got
for
too many
another hour.
we'll say
get to
this
that. Yeah.
Blackjack being forced to read a memory orb probably had less the effects of memory orb addiction, and we are all worse off for it.
Yeah, that is a thought. I do need to think about maybe the idea that memory orbs and experiencing them is an addictive thing to do.
It might very well be.
You know, like many people already are addicted to memories. Like nostalgia is a crippling factor in people's lives.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, that's a massive aside. Let's not worry about that.
We can talk about at another point where some really big shenanigans with memory orbs happens.
But anyway, Sarah's going to be gone, and she won't be able to comment for the next few minutes. But
I am back.
oh, and then speak of the devil. Anyway,
Just
carrying
returned.
on. Chapter 8. Blackjack and P21 have escaped Megamart, now full of assassins looking for easy money by disguising as caravan traders with the help of Bottlecap and Bonesaw. They meet up with Glory, who got out another way at Pony Joe's. What a great surprise. She's got wings. She can fucking fly. Of course she can get out. Glory examined the brains that she collected earlier and discovered the raiders' brains were physically damaged by some virus or bacteria. She sends a report with her findings to the Enclave through Bottlecap. The group travels back to the weather station, where they stay for the night. Blackjack watches a memory orb of Maripony talking with Big Mac under the stars. They wanted to get married after Big Mac was done with Shattered Hoof Ridge. Unfortunately, Big Mac was killed there, saving Princess Celestia. The group sets off and goes through an old battlefield. DJ Pone3 says that Paradise has doubled the bounty on Blackjack's head. The group meets a few crusaders holed up in a bunker. Some ponies from Stockyard, a nearby town, were attacking them, thinking that they ate their Brahmin. Turns out it was actually dragons living in a nearby cave system. Blackjack decides to go dragon hunting with the help of her friends. She manages to kill many small dragons, and one big, by collapsing the ceiling at it. Blackjack, P21, and Glory and the Crusaders from earlier set off. On the way, Blackjack fights a few poorly armed wastelanders after the bounty and make sure not to kill them. I think this is a pretty good chapter, all things considered.
Yeah.
I think this wasn't poorly timed when I remember reading it. It had good story beats in it. It gave us some answers to some questions, gave us some more questions to answer, and there was some action going on. I think it was a good, well-structured chapter.
Yes.
I have no qualms about this one.
Yeah, this is one of the highlight chapters that it's enjoyable and keeps you going because it's like, okay, we are going to get answers, and there are going to be new questions. Cool. And again, it's paced well. Everything flows from one scene to the next.
Yeah,
There's no stuttering.
Yeah, answers are given, and the story moves onwards. It doesn't stall. That's
Yeah.
All right. Okay. I get there's another. I can see this horrible fucking spelling mistake that really upsets me. Chapter 9. Group and the Crusaders enter Rosehoof Academy, a school near Brimstone's Fall. Blackjack scouts the slaver operation from a window while the others loot the building. The operation consists of a mine and a few buildings guarded by slavers, and there's a strip mall nearby full of pecos, a gang from flank, working protection for the slavers. Blackjack notices that there was a zebra observing her, using an invisibility cloak to stay undetected in the room. His name is Lancer, and he wants to free the zebras from the mine. He also believes the war 2 centuries ago is not over. Crusaders don't trust the zebra and declare they're going to chapel. P-21 managed to steal a Peco costume for Blackjack, which she uses to infiltrate the mall. For a start, she saves 2 Pecos from a red scorpion, Dusty Trails and Tumbleweed. Dusty helps Blackjack execute her plan, lure Pecos away in chase of the 50,000 cap bounty. Blackjack, Glory, and P-21 and Lancer get into Brimstone's Fall by hiding under a rail car. Blackjack finds out the mine has been taken over by Gorgon, one of Sanguine's monsters, who is bulletproof, can fly, and can turn ponies to stone with a gaze. The group enters the mine and finds a lot of stone statues and a mysterious button that Blackjack wants to press. There are ponies, zebras, and even guards working on extracting gemstones from stone, under Gorgon's eye. Group starts attacking Gorgon. Glory, P-21, and Lancer are all turned to stone. But Blackjack manages to kill the monster by feeding him into a rock crusher, which undoes Gorgon's stone spell. Freed slaves storm out of the mine and fight with Brimstone's guards. Pecos arrive, led by Dusty Trails, and help defeat the slavers. Lancer, who got lost in the commotion, suddenly appears, shoots Blackjack, and then murders the zebra slaves he said he wanted to free. He considered them traitors for not wanting to fight the ponies in the war, which apparently is never over. Okay, so a couple of interesting bits here. We're introduced to the remnants all of a sudden, which I think Nexus has some thoughts on them. He thinks they're ridiculous.
I think it's ludicrously stupid and never should have existed.
I'm not necessarily of the opinion that they shouldn't exist, but I'm kind of the opinion that they're kind of insane. Like
Yes.
the way they carry themselves around is just insane.
The portrayal, you mean?
I mean, as far as like characters they go, remnants do kind of make sense. Something like that would be prone to pop up from whatever remnants of ponies there were after the war.
I think it's just an attempt at emulating the Chinese remnants found in Fallout 3.
It is.
Yeah. But it is a little bit on the nose, and also Lancer is a fucking moron.
Yes, Lancer is very stupid. If he had an intelligence stat, it'd be -3.
I would put it at 1. I think at -3 he forgets to breathe. But
well, at least we don't have to deal with Lancer anymore if that's the case.
Yeah, that would resolve a lot of issues in the story.
Also, I don't really like that Gorgon is dead, spell undone thing.
I mean, I think it's meant to be like I think it's meant to be like a cockatrice spell, which does undo when you kill the cockatrice.
No. The thing is, it doesn't.
So, follow-up question. There's Bunny who is turned to stone by a cockatrice. That cockatrice is long dead because it's been 2 centuries. Angel is not turned back to flesh from that.
Yeah, and Fluttershy explicitly tells to Applejack, who kills a cockatrice in one of the memory orbs, that the peaks that the coca-tree is turned to stone cannot be turned back anymore because the coca-tree is dead.
Maybe it's meant to be like a Medusa spell. Because Medusa, those people get freed when they die. Well, when the Medusa dies, I believe. I'm pretty sure that there is definitely an instance of people being turned to stone and then being freed when the thing that turns to stone is dead.
Maybe in Castlevania. But just like, for example, in actual Greek mythology, I'm fairly certain, don't quote me on that, but if I remember right, Medusa just, whatever she has turned to stone is either irrelevant or just, never recovers. They remain as statues. That's kind of the horror of it. In the myths themselves. And Gorgon, well, Medusa was a Gorgon. So this is... Okay, this pisses off the mythological side of me.
Yay,
Very much.
no consequences.
Yeah, like...
Maybe, this is just a maybe here, maybe it's meant to be the point that they were only very recently turned to stone, and the spell needs some time to set in to be permanent.
But also, it kind of breaks the consistency of how petrification magic would work, because it's already been established in the original fic that this is how it works.
I think this is the classic blunder of wanting to escalate the tension and then having to write yourself out of the corner you wrote yourself into.
Yeah, I would have left it so that they defeat the Gorgon and just, the stone spell is not undone. Oops, fuck, oh, well, because that would also establish the people who are only reading Project Horizons and haven't read the original fic that, okay, petrification magic is kind of a big thing. It's actually rather lethal.
Rip Glory, Rip 21.
But yeah, I know the reason why he had to have it undoable, because he didn't want, all of those characters just to be dead.
Yeah, I can see that. Still think they should have been.
Yeah, or, well, that would have meant he would have had to have found some way of, having them basically indisposed during the fight, non-lethally, and with a character who just says, fuck this, I'm just going to petrify them, their fault for rising up against me, kind of difficult to justify him specifically going non-lethal on the named characters.
But then again, I am not a fan of plot armor. I'm very much not a fan of it.
I'm
very much a fan of, do you like this character? Too bad, now it's dead. Yeah, but it's a main character. Too bad, now it's dead.
I personally wouldn't have just let him have the petrification power. I would have just done something a bit more more grim. Basically,
mind control is always a thing.
No, basically, it would be much more of a grim way to do it, which is basically gag the slave that's been upsetting you, chain them up, dip them in concrete.
Why?
Because it sends a message. You have a statue now that doesn't require magic. That's the way I could have done it, and that's probably the way I would have done it.
Well, yeah, if you want to remove magic entirely, then yeah, that would have been yeah.
It's brutal and it sends a message.
And plus, it's too slow to be used mid-fight, so that then there would have been, perhaps Glory and P21 would have instead been captured with impending petrification once they lose the fight.
Point.
It keeps the stakes high without actually, needing to write yourself out of a corner.
Yeah, it doesn't cross the threshold that the author is a bit too chicken to cross.
And it's
Yeah,
still within the
basically-
grimness of that Project Horizons is. Like, Project Horizons gets far more grim than that.
But yeah, I now understand what you
Yeah,
mean.
well, still be
Basically,
pretty-
I now understand what you mean. Basically, that if they fail, they will be a glorified statue in your mind. The same result occurs in both instances, but with the much more brutal way that you actually chain them up into somewhere and then just make them into concrete slabs. It's something that has to be done after they are defeated and not mid-defeat process.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I actually could see a Fallout faction doing that even without the magical Equestria, so that's
Yeah.
Points to you.
Yeah, considering that there is a faction in Fallout 4 that uses the old steel mill for creative punishment purposes.
Yes.
Yeah,
You know, they've got
Also,
a pile of
I-
rocks that they don't
Yeah?
use.
Also, I live for the day when, I live for the day when the Gorgon mentioned in fiction is not Medusa, because there's 3 of them, and they're sisters. Damn it!
Okay,
Damn it!
chill out. It's okay, Sour.
No, it's not okay.
Anyway, I want to come back just a little bit to the Zebra Remnants and where we could have done them better. That, yeah, they exist as a faction, but they absolutely, positively do not get help from the zebras across the sea. Because that's a key point that I find which is really bad. They basically have the right to ask for a limited support from the zebras back home. And the fact of the matter is, we are shown in the subsequent fix in the same canon as Project Horizons, namely Homelands, that the Homelands are not that bad, all things considered. There are an awful lot of people and material available to outfit the remnants. I frankly feel that with the situation that's what we're shown in later Somber Fix, there's no reason why the remnant hasn't completely won already. At least how he portrays them. So I'm suggesting that they don't have support. They're just the descendants of a number of agents and cells and collaborators that coalesced after the war.
An actual brainwashed cult, because that's the only way you could, like, explain just their logic.
I would also not have them be so insane.
like
insane. Make it more like a fucking cult.
Yeah, like these people shown here are completely deranged from reality.
Like Lancer in specific in this whole chapter is shown to be deranged, just straight up murdering Zebra just because they weren't willing to fight.
So that's like the point of it is that it's so unnecessary. Just those zebra were already in a bad fucking situation. Would have killed over in about a month, maybe a little longer if they.
Why'd you waste the fucking black powder and copper on that?
Yeah, you're wasting materials to go. Oh no, I want to save these. Oh no, I don't.
Also, the funny thing is, why waste the time and effort to even free them in the first place?
Yes.
You know, if you really wanted them dead, just fucking collapse the mine and kill a bunch of ponies too. You know, who hate the ponies, why not do that?
Yeah.
In short, Lance's logic doesn't make a lick of sense.
I mean, I could kind of understand if this was used to highlight that, okay, yeah, this pony is absolutely fucking insane, but at the same time, like
he's not shown to actually be that insane later on.
Yeah, and just because you have mental issues and delusions doesn't mean you don't have logic of some form. like, sure, you might imagine that, okay, yeah, well, this is happening, and stuff is happening, but you still try and do the logical thing. I mean, sure, it might be I have to put stuff in this order because otherwise X will happen or something else, but there's still logic, and this everything that Lancer does here is just stupid.
It's ass backwards logic. It's moon logic. He's been smoking that moon crack.
Yeah. So
I mean,
yep. Go ahead.
the whole issue with Lancer in this situation is they have invisibility cloak. They could sneak in there, do recon, and know what that big red button does, and have just fucking pushed it and
Oh
not have
no,
been.
the whole mine full of zebras and ponies that I don't like in equal measure are now dead. Whatever
Yeah.
will I
No.
do?
The hilarious backside of that would be Lancer is also dead. But that's no loss.
Yeah, but that would still make sense. I can totally see that Lancer is like, well, I'm a radical. I can totally go down with the cause. And then he
Also,
does.
Okay.
as far as I remember, that red button detonates the bombs around the mine, which are already preset, and Blackjack blows it up later and gets out just fine.
Because it will blow up immediately if it is not triggered with a key. There is a two-set system. One activates the fuse with the key. The other one just sends the charge out.
Ah, yes, I remember. The thing is that, it's Lancer. He's not supposed to be an idiot. Like, he would check and find out about it. He has an invisibility cloak. He has that all
He's
the
not
time in the
supposed to
world.
be an idiot, you say.
Yeah. So I will
He
say
could
that
have
all the
easily
Yep.
poisoned the entire camp and just done it that way as well. And there's plenty of toxins in the hoof.
So I will say, so all that Lancer does and his action are basically only there for that final shock at the end of the chapter where he shoots Blackjack. That's all what is there for.
Actually, I found an even more fitting way to take out that mine. A way that I believe Lancer would know how to do and wouldn't be too difficult for him to do. That involves poisoning, and poisoning with stuff that's very easy to get hold of in Huffington. The Raider disease.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
All he'd
That
have
would
to
be
do was
glorious.
get some raiders, scoop out the brains, give them a quick mashing, and then slip them into the food of the slaves and the slavers. And eventually, they'll all go insane and eat each other.
And that would have made Lancer maybe a bit more interesting of a character. It would show that he's very much willing to go through all the stops, do all the horrible things, because he thinks he's in the right. Right now, he's just a moron.
Yes, that method would have been actually much more indulgent way of doing it, and also while also showing that yes, Lancer can be brutal with his actions.
Yeah.
But, I think the reason why he hasn't done that, or rather doesn't go with that particularly brutal way of dealing with them, it's because he's supposed to be eventually a redeemable character. So, spoilers.
I mean, at this point, I
How
don't
is
think
this then
spoilers matter.
redeemable?
Yeah, but still, Lancer, as currently he is a character that I would either A, smother with a pillow to free him from his own fucking suffering, or drown him in the river.
For precisely the same reason.
Yes. Depending on my fluctuating annoyance of him as a character.
Given who Lancer is, he probably doesn't know how to swim, so just putting him around water is enough.
Anyway, moving on. Chapter 10. Blackjack wakes up on a makeshift operating table. Glory and Peter are doing everything they can to save her, and using the Macintosh memory orbit as a painkiller. Blackjack drifts in and out of consciousness and sees the dealer for the first time. Oh, fucking, we love the dealer, don't we?
Oh boy.
Okay, Sour Cherry just turned into a motorcycle.
Yes.
I had a horrible joke I could have made there. I'm not going to do it.
She angered out of existence by the sound of it.
I will
So,
say
yes.
that there's now some flames touching up the ceiling right now.
Anyway,
So
let's
yes, the
just
biggest
keep that
marker
thought
of
for
the whole
just a
thing.
moment, Sour. Just a brief moment. Turns out Glory has some significant medical skills and was able to operate on Blackjack. Glory tells her that out of 13 zebras that Lancer shot, 2 survived, Sakashi and her daughter Mijina. Blackjack wants to go into the Macintosh memory orb again, but watches another one by mistake, of Macintosh's marauders fighting zebras, griffins, and dragons on a hill near Huffington. Blackjack kills Tumbleweed, who turned into a raider and attacked her while she was alone. So clearly Tumbleweed was eating, meat at some point. Blackjack pretends to be fully recovered while she meets with the ponies that freed her from the mine. Peter Newell manages to remove their explosive collars to put them on the former mine boss, giving Blackjack the detonator. Blackjack refuses to push the button. She doesn't want to be an executioner. The detonator is given to the former slaves instead. Glory, Sakashi, and Mijina pull the rail car with P-21 and Blackjack out of Brimstone's Fall. Sakashi tells stories on their way to the northeast. Not much here. It's a pretty bland chapter, except for the fucking dealer.
Yes, who is appropriately a rather large deal in this situation.
The dealer is a big fucking deal.
Yes, I was trying not to
Surprise!
be as fun with it. As it is, here is the first example of why are there memory warps going on here? Why can't we just skip through it? Instead, we're being told stuff for the sake of being told.
I mean, I think we still need to see these memory orbs because they do have a little tidbits of information about the world that I think are useful to the plot later, but I don't think we need to see them right now. I would have preferred to see all of these memory orbs like condensed at the end of one chapter, like a bunch of them all at once. When Blackjack is safe, instead of interspersing them all over the place.
Yeah, and there's also an issue with a lot of the memory orbs is that they will go on for too long and talk too much about the detail of what is in there instead of why the memory was recorded. Like, get to the point of, hey, what is the meat of this memory orb? Like, that should really be, like, have it effectively be how Blackjack would tell the rest of the group what was in there, and have that be the explanation being given to the reader, instead of word for word going through what Blackjack experiences,
Yeah.
because it wastes the reader's time in a lot of ways.
I also feel that the memory orbs in Project Horizons are kind of too cryptic.
Yes and no. They are often very on the nose, but the reason why they're very on the nose comes out either immediately that scene, or it's in a prior chapter, or in the next chapter. It is frustrating because they're used as basically audio tapes that just stop the story.
I kind of feel that a lot of the context that we need to know to understand the memory orbs doesn't really exist until much, much later. And I think it's kind of like, how are you supposed to even remember the memory orb that was kind of referring to, or the memories that was referring to, with a story so long as this one?
Yes, it is basically a delayed Chekhov's gun in the case of every single memory orb. It would have been a lot better if each memory orb had, instead of being in the story, well, not each, but most of them, having been some short stories that Somber published on the side. As, hey, here's some more stuff to read by me while I'm writing this giant monstrosity of a story. It's like, oh, okay, here's some pre-war stuff, some interesting things. It would
honestly,
help.
would it have been a sin for him to, after the first 5 memory orbs, to then do memory orbs as time skips and Blackjack summarizing succinctly what happened instead of every time going through the experience of, and I'm trapped in this body, and the person's feeling this and that. Like, you'd think even for Blackjack herself that would get old at some point, and
seeing as this is
Yes.
supposed to be, the story from her perspective as a, chronicling it, assumably, because I have no idea how this story is being told. I think I remember in the very last chapter, in the aftermath of the whole thing, that this whole story is being told at a fucking fire by her kids. That's a fucking thing that you need to remember now. She has fucking kids.
Yes.
That's
well,
fucked. Well, that's not surprising.
She fucks a bit
And-
too much. Like, that's not a question here.
Yeah. She fucks about a lot, and other people find out, including her kids.
But I don't. How is the story being told at a campfire by people who didn't experience what happened?
Is actually being told by Blackjack at a campfire to some wastelanders, who include her kids.
Oh, I
She is-
very
see.
patient wastelanders.
Well, this is supposed to be a story that she is relating to them over like a long trip. So it should be, even in that situation, these chapters should be much shorter and more summarized. Because we're counting on perfect recall of almost at point second by second events from, I believe at that point, like 20 to 50 years in the past.
Something like that. But the fact of the matter is that no one tells this much detail in a campfire story. Even if it's taken over such a long time that you're breaking it down.
Yeah,
and
you
like,
wouldn't remember it this clearly.
yeah, and like part of me thinks that situation this is more of what she's remembering, and she's summarizing it in a different way because she knows she needs to, speak quickly.
I sure hope, especially because with the memory orbs, man, that gets old quick.
Yes.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, it does not stop. I can tell you that with being in chapter 39 at the moment.
Nope.
Anyway, let us try and continue. Apart from, I quite like Sakashi and Majina. I think they're great characters. I think Sakashi is really fun. Like, I think she very much lightens the mood in the whole story.
She does.
That's the reason she's in the sequel. Out of all the other characters.
Sakashi is dead by the sequel. Majina is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you mean both of them.
No, I was talking about specifically Sakashi.
Okay.
Anyway, chapter 11. Blackjack wakes up in Chapel, a small town inhabited mostly by crusaders, and meets Priest. Her friends are not there. She was found alone by the train tracks by the crusaders and brought to Chapel. Apparently, Blackjack tried to access a trapped memory orb, which rendered her unconscious. Priest helped her exit the trapped memory and healed her. He explains innovation and gives BJ a copy of the Wasteland Survivor Guide, Huffington edition. Okay. Blackjack heads off to get her gear, still laying near where she was found. On the way there, she enters the Huffington Museum of Natural History. She thinks she sees Princess Luna watching her from the shadows. She starts her tour of the museum, finding some useful gear, a dragon claw, and gets drunk in the process. A group of bounty hunters try to capture her, but she defeats them all, leaving 2 of them alive to spread the word and hopefully stop other ponies from pursuing the bounty. She then goes to retrieve her gear. Blackjack then wakes up in Chapel, again with a hangover. He wanders around the town and sees a few pilgrims taking a walk through the chapel's bridge and getting disintegrated by the core's defensive systems. I don't really think there's much to say about this chapter. Like, it's just Blackjack just doing Blackjack things on her own.
Wait, you were hurting a bit there. Who gets vaporized? I forgot.
Some pilgrims.
Just some random wanderers. They come into the town and walk out
Okay.
because they're done with life, so might as well turn to ash.
Yeah,
'cause
basically.
I didn't remember who
Like,
it was.
I also think of that like, fuck life, I'ma just turn to ash.
I mean,
Yeah, for a moment I had a suspicion it was kids again, because I didn't remember
there
who
was a
it
kid
was
involved,
exactly.
yes.
The kid is the Ghost Crusader.
The kid wasn't disintegrated. The parents brought her here The parents gave up their possessions and then had themselves evaporated, and she gets to stay here, having known the fact their parents killed themselves right in front of her, effectively.
Yeah,
You know,
good
which
quality parenting.
every loving parent definitely does. Like, oh honey, you'll be fine. Let me kill myself.
I mean, in terms of hopeless parents, they did one step better because they didn't commit entire family murder. It is not uncommon for people to do that, though.
Yeah, I
And
suppose like it's like a baby step above it, but it's not much
Yes.
better because you're basically leaving an orphan with mental trauma of the death of you, and
Yeah,
basically with
exactly.
nothing to look after themselves. Well done, excellent, parents of the year.
Yeah, like, how much of a fucking asshole do you have to be to consider, oh, we do kind of want to spare our daughter, but, or daughter Philly, full, I don't remember what the kid's gender was. Fuck
Probably
up.
Philly given this story.
Okay, yeah. But not enough that we don't traumatize her. Like, it would have been so little that you needed to do is walk further away. Walk somewhere where the Philly is not in and kill yourself. If that felt like you had to do it.
It's
That again feels like pointless. Ooh, look at how grim my story is.
look at my fucking death town.
Delightful.
I mean, it is
Oh,
another situation of dark for the sake of dark. It doesn't, like, if it was a situation of, hey, why is there some ashes out there? Oh, because people from time to time come here, give us their shit, and then decide to end it through being vaporized because, frankly, the world is a horrible place to live in, and you only can take so much of it.
I'm just saying.
In there is
Yeah,
a bit
Yeah.
extra.
Yeah, you really don't need to see the suicide conveyor belt in action. You can just infer it's there.
The
Yes.
suicide
I
conveyor belt.
think it's a combination of pointless drama with somber, intending to convey the fact that the defense system is there.
Yes.
mhm.
Which I could have easily been done with Blackjack having woken up in chapel and this time having less reason to go running off and being like, why is there ash on that bridge? Why is there a lot of ash on that bridge? And someone pointing at, probably Priest pointing out, so the core is online, you can see the little dots of lights on it that are, defense systems. Anyone who gets too close to it will get fucking shot. It's like,
Yeah,
oh,
and I don't see why it had to be ponies, aside from, ooh, grim dark
because
drama. Because you could have had a bird fly too close and get vaporized.
Yeah,
again,
or
I
a Radigator.
just having it be a pile of ash just makes it a lot better because it's like there is something going on here. No one can get close enough to clean up that pile of ash without joining it, so it just sits there. Like
Well,
you
thing is
don't
that
have to show it action, it
telekinesis
just
is
needs
a
to be
thing that
applied.
exists, and there are unicorns in Chapel.
Also,
I think they have better things to do.
also, ash is delightfully light. There's wind.
And rain. It rains a fucking lot in Huffington.
About
Oh my
200
God.
inch
Ash mud.
Yeah.
Yeah,
mean,
but it's right on a
hey,
river.
your crops are
It
going
would
to be
flow
better.
away.
Anyway, that's kind of a running theme at this point, isn't it?
Yes, there's
Information conveyed with needless grimdark.
Yes, that is a hallmark of the story, and it is
Yes.
frustrating.
Yes, we needed our euthanized foals. We needed our suicide conveyor belt. Let's see what the next one's going to be. Whoop-de-doo!
I mean,
I'm
actually,
just
the next
saying.
one, if I remember correctly, is literally explaining what Stable 99 was, which, yeah.
I'm just saying, like, it's the wasteland. If you want a fresh start, it's not that hard.
Yes. The thing is like, they do explain later, like, the book set in the Wasteland Survival Guide does say that for some reason people don't feel like they can leave the place, so they end up, just offering themselves oftentimes. And that has an actual reason later on, which is somewhat stupid, but I can also make sense of it.
Well, I remember that reason, but the fact is that, doesn't Blackjack just fucking up and leave at some point? For a good long while?
Yeah, you would think. Plus, also, they make it sound like this area. Well, I'll get into the geography right now just for the sake of it makes things make a bit more sense. The Hoof is an isolated area that is near whatever easy land, somewhat land crossing there is from the zebra land holdings. But beyond this, it is effectively a crater to an inland sea that has supreme mountains around it.
Alright, where were we then, people?
We were right after the ash piles at the bridge.
Yes.
Complain about the ash piles.
At the death fucking conveyor belt.
Yes.
Anyway, go on to the next chapter unless anyone had anything they wanted to add.
Yeah, we can move on if
We can
nothing
move
else.
on. There's
Let's proceed.
too much here.
Alright, chapter 12. Blackjack visits chapel and experiences ponies singing and playing music in unison. Oh boy, this is our first fucking Christian theology reference here.
Also, whiplash. Like, boom! First we go from suicide conveyor belt, boom, death, to fucking kumbaya.
No, not Kumbaya. Hymns.
Hymns, specifically hymns.
Yeah, but still, I fucking... Like, this is the situation from fucking Bambi. Bambi.
Bambi.
Yeah, like, your mother is dead. And then they say, what the fuck?
Tonal dissonance might be a good word here.
Yes.
Alright, continuing on then. Sakashi and Magina arrive at chapel. Sakashi explains what happens on the rails. When Blackjack entered the trap memory, U-21 appeared with some more thugs and stopped the rail car. Sakashi released the brakes, making the rail car with Blackjack roll down, and then ran away with her daughter. U-21 took P-21 south, and some Pegasi took Glory north. Blackjack rode the rail car and fell out of it somewhere near the chapel. Sakashi decides to stay at chapel, and Blackjack heads off to find her friends. Blackjack finds a group of recently killed ponies, probably more bounty hunters, but no sign of their killer. She then falls into Virgo Zodiac's brilliant trap. Because we just needed these fucking star symbol ponies deciding that this is a good idea now. Anyway, few wastelanders are tied up in a small camp and Blackjack goes to free them. The trap is actually so overcomplicated that Blackjack breaks it with one gunshot and sets the hostages free and then walks off. One of the wastelanders tells Blackjack there's some Pegasi in Miramare Air Station. Blackjack makes a stop in some trailer where she listens to the recordings from P-21's pit book, starring Blackjack and P-21 when he was P1. While Blackjack approaches Miramare Station, a Pegasus attacks her. Blackjack tries to be friendly, but ends up killing him or her. She enters the building and finds the lockers of Macintosh's Marauders, managing to find Stonewing's locker with nothing too interesting inside. She comes across two Pegasi guards, disarms them, and glues them to the floor. While exploring the station, she finds a memory orb and opens it. It's about Jetstream meeting with Vanity. Jetstream blamed herself for Stonewing's death and wanted Vanity to remove her memories, which he did. While Blackjack experiences the memory, Pegasi guards find her. They're not going to attack her, though. Glory's with them, not as a prisoner, but as part of the Enclave. Like, Virgo Zodiac is a fucking idiot.
Yes. All the Zodiacs are pretty much... Their intelligence overflowed and went back to 1.
Yes.
Their brain is
Figure overflow.
Their brain is so big and so powerful, they tripped over it and killed themselves on live wire.
But yes, the Zodiacs are a thing. They're basically a bunch of orphans. Go figure. under the care of someone else, and they're a group from the collegiate.
They are the
It's
mercenary
about-
arm of the collegiate.
Yes.
Because, of course, the collegiate needs some mercenaries.
I mean, they gotta make money somehow. They're obviously not making off of sharing technology. But here's a case of Blackjack having a situational awareness of 0 with, I'm in hostile territory. Let me alone go into something that will incapacitate me for who knows how long.
True. At this point, Blackjack has experienced multiple memory orbs, which has had varying of length. She should know better than just think, oh, this is just a 2-sentence long message thing, yeah.
And this
No.
is why I say a lot of these should instead be audio logs, just like the tapes from P21's Pit Buck.
Yeah. Yeah, basically, so that you could have listened to that while doing something. And if that wasn't a possibility, memory orbs don't decay over time or anything in the lore, so why not just chuck that right into those saddlebags for when you're not in the middle of an enclave base?
Yeah.
Of
Because she
all the
knew there were.
times, of all the times to just fucking indulge in some revelry, this ain't it, Chief! This ain't it!
Yes. And this is where we see that she is clearly addicted to them, because she gets one and she has to make use of it. Even when she knows there are enemies who probably have, some awareness that she's there, because it's only going to be so long until someone finds this blue Pegasi.
Yeah, and they're not, as far as, I don't remember them, did she, gag them? I'm not sure she gagged them.
I think she did. She is, as much as we rail on her intelligence, she's smart enough to know how to deal with a captive.
That's a damn quick addiction, though. And yet another parallel, but little bit.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's, any more thoughts from anyone else here?
No.
Oh.
Alright, chapter 13. Blackjack meets Operative Lighthooves, the fucking bastard, and other Pegasi in Miramare. The Enclave assumed Glory was killed in the VC mission. Found out she was alive when they rescued Glory's notes on the Ray disease via Bonesaw. They extracted Glory when U-21 attacked the rail car. Blackjack is sure Glory is going to return to the clouds, however she decides to continue traveling with Blackjack. Lighthooves offers to help rescue P-21. Blackjack goes on a little mission with a squad of Pegasi soldiers. They travel to a small farm in a vertibuck and kill some raiders there. During the fight, Blackjack saves Sergeant Windwhisper's life. Two things are suspicious, though. The raiders look a lot like a poor wasteland family who recently turned raider, and there's a lot of high-quality food in the farmhouse. Back in the Miramare, Blackjack pokes around looking for something suspicious and finds a silver bullet, ammo for folly. She hears Glory's voice from a nearby room speaking bad of the Enclave. There's nobody inside, or rather there's some pony invisible who shoots Blackjack with a silenced weapon. Blackjack wakes up on an operating table, Glory healing her wounds. Glory reveals that her father is Skystriker, an important politician in Thunderhead. Blackjack suspects something is off with the Enclave, but Glory is convinced that everything is okay. Glory goes somewhere, leaving Blackjack to rest. Blackjack breaks out of her room and tries to find something suspicious again. She finds a room with raiders locked in cells. There's also a Dashite with amputated wings. The invisible pony from before attacks Blackjack. It's one of the Enclave's unicorns. He reveals that Pegasi are immune to the raider disease. Lighthooves and guards arrive to disarm Blackjack. Lighthooves says he intends to frame Glory to make her father change his mind about the VC. Lighthooves leaves with Blackjack with guards. Glory starts talking via speakers. Her words are modified by the Enclave's unicorns, so it seems that she despises the Enclave for not helping the surface. Blackjack defeats the guards and runs to save Glory after hearing her screams. Blackjack is unable to prevent the Enclave from branding Glory a Dashite. Blackjack takes chems and kills the Pegasi that branded Glory in a rage. Operative Lighthooves manages to escape. Glory is broken, but alive. The pair escapes Miramare, but there's a vertibuck waiting for them. Blackfire's folly, taking out the Vertibird and part of Mirror, then collapses. Windwhisper finds Blackjack and Glory but doesn't attack. She also reveals that the food on the Raider farm was given to the farmer ponies by the Enclave a few weeks ago. So, I believe we already understand the reason why Operative Lighthouse is a bastard. I don't think I need to explain much further.
Yeah, it's quite evident.
Like, this is the way you have a cartoonishly bad villain, but do it badly.
Yeah.
I mean,
Like, I think he's still cartoonishly evil, in my opinion, and I don't think anyone can avoid this fact. He's basically looking to try and commit a genocide. And in fact, he is trying to commit a genocide.
As a character-driven person in tabletop games and such, this infuriates me to no end.
So, yeah, we'll get to Lighthouse when we talk to him late, like 20 chapters later. No, not 20. Actually, I think it's about 10. But he is a bad villain. He is supposed to be cartoonishly evil, as is every villain, to the point that the story eventually mocks that point. But his objectives here are misconstrued, and I get the feeling that that might have been authorial intent, that they had one idea and then changed it later. But yes, we now know that Raider's disease is a thing being looked into by the Enclave and maliciously spread.
The thing is that also, this is a conversation that we had the other day, I believe, Mooney. You suggested that this is like the, what used the words precisely, the Wendigo virus.
Yes.
The thing is, if that's the case, how do you get it into the crops, into the, the food, that's not meat?
Here's what you do. So there are two types of diseases that exist out there that can survive on. One is it survives on the surface for an extended period of time. There are a number of diseases that are brain-eating like this. It's the reason why you have to be very careful with importing food from certain regions, is that it'll contain things like tsetse fly larvae, which makes your brain eat itself. Lovely stuff. The other is that it can get into the soil, and from there it can be grown into it as effectively a parasite as the virus sets within the food and then gets into its intended host.
I see.
It is the reason why you cannot use cows that have been infected with mad cow disease for anything and must be incinerated, because they will contaminate anything else with it that their brain matter comes in contact with.
Yeah, okay, I see that. So, for the sake of argument, the what I believe the Raider disease is equine spongiform encephalopathy, mad horse disease.
Yeah, which is what the story points to. It is specifically something that originates in zebras. I do not remember when they come out and talk about this, but it originates from the zebras who originally lived in the Hove, which is something that was told in the prior chapters when she was at the museum.
Isn't this one specifically from 99?
No, 99
not this one.
gets infected with this virus later. It only affects... The reason why it doesn't affect Pegasi is that they're not beings of the Earth.
They're the furthest genetically from zebras.
Yes. That is the idea behind it.
I mean, if it was a virus.
It's
not really a virus, it's a prion disease.
Yeah, and that doesn't really... It's not picky.
Prion diseases are surprisingly picky. Like, this is a bit of a side. Europeans and several Polynesian peoples are more resistant to prion diseases compared to the rest of the population of the world.
But that's just genetic selection.
Yeah.
That is
because
true.
of the cannibalism.
even so, like, it's not impossible to have populations that are resistant, if not outright immune to certain diseases. Now, I understand prion diseases don't tend to be quite so easy to, ignore, but we have to understand that magic exists and every magic infects everything.
Yeah.
So I'm willing to suspend my disbelief that this is the reason why.
Yeah. And I am as well, because it's like, okay, there's some rules to this that make sense. It's a bit of a stretch, but it still works.
So now we need to discuss about Trottenheimer's folly, the big fuck-off bullets.
Ah, yes.
Why are they fucking everywhere?
They're not
They're
everywhere,
not
but
everywhere.
there are very few of them. There's I think there's around to like 5 or 6 ever mentioned directly.
More specifically, why are they outside of a lab?
Because
So,
as far as people are aware, they don't do anything. They don't fit any other gun, and they can't be fired
Yes.
by anything except Trottenheimer's folly. As far as everyone's concerned, they're just an inert big bullet.
and specifically, all the information that they had about Trondheimer's folly was lost when Trondheimer offed himself with firing one of the silver bolts through his head.
And through the concrete and living a big fucking fireworks show outside.
Yep.
Right, but that doesn't explain why the silver bullets are outside of that,
So,
whatever it would be.
that is explained later, and I'll just say it right now. A lot of it is that they didn't know what the hell it was, but they knew it was dangerous. So they were having various different places in the hoof examine it. Some places were military labs, some places were civilian labs. So they were strewn about by people who were doing research on them, because there were a set number of them. So they're like, well, we'll send them out to see what anyone can figure out about these damn things.
Okay.
My problem is also towards the end, towards the Battle of Huffington, which we'll get onto eventually, that they managed to find, what is it, like another 6 of these things just lying around somewhere? Like, everyone who was involved with Trottenheimer had at least one of these silver bullets, and there weren't that many people involved in that.
Correct. When I get to the point where that comes up, I will make notes about what's going on there so we can properly talk about it, because I'll be honest, I don't remember it, and I have a speculation of what made them, but that would be a lot of spoilers for this point in time. And also,
Yeah.
I want to be certain about the situation.
All right, but if anyone has any more statements they want to make on this, or any thoughts, or anything at all?
Personally actually really like Trondheimer's Folly. The name is whatever, but the idea that the research was going further and further ahead to the point of creating man-portable mega spells beyond like Balefire eggs is a logical conclusion of the wartime effort.
Yes.
And I like the methodology of it and the fact that, hey, this was a prototype. It has some major flaws, but the results are pretty telling.
Indeed. Anyway, so let's move on to the next chapter. Chapter 14. Blackjack and Glory enter Merrimere, now abandoned by the Pegasi, and try to recover a wee bit. Blackjack takes drugs to calm herself down and then drinks till she's unconscious. After some sleep, she explores the station once again, finding the body and revolver of a Colonel Cupcake, commanding officer in Macintosh's Marauders. Then takes some more chems. Glory, despite having been branded, still believes in the Enclave. The pair head off and goes through Brimstone's Fall again. The mine is surrounded by Pecos, led by Sidewinder, old group's leader. They are besieging the mine that has been taken over by another group of Pecos, led by Dusty Trails. Blackjack kills a few Pecos from the first group to help Dusty, and takes more chems during the fight. Blackjack and Glory continue traveling along Sunset Highway. A sniper starts shooting at them as when they pass near Stable 90, and they quickly hide inside. The stable was apparently never finished. It was just a skeleton with no power, water, or equipment. As Blackjack learns from the Overmare's writings, the residents didn't even last a month and died in great suffering. The pair gets some rest, and Blackjack listens to a second voice log downloaded from P21's Pip-Book. This time, Blackjack helps him get away from Daisy. Blackjack takes chems again. The pair exit Stable 90, the sniper now gone. Blackjack trips and falls off the highway, taking drugs again to repair her body. The sniper attacks him again near well 33. Glory injects Blackjack with Hydra and other chems, finally learning that Blackjack has been taking lots of different chems lately. The sniper was not alone. It was a whole group of them led by Leo Zodiac, all after the bounty. Blackjack faces them, but is unable to kill them all. Her body finally gives up from the strain and drugs, and the attackers surround her. Rampage, who was with the group, kills them all and saves Blackjack and Glory, who learn just how hard it is to kill the self-regenerating Reaper. Apparently, Big Daddy Reaper asked for Rampage to help Blackjack. So, we get the Reapers being introduced.
Mm-hmm.
So, I've got some thoughts on the Reapers. They are just pretty much glorified raiders. That's all they are.
Yep.
Even the story admits that.
Even the story does admit that, yeah. And I don't like how the story portrays them as apparently the good guys.
I mean, it is kind of nice to see a nuance that the generic raiders are also, among others, gangs and such that aren't necessarily axe-crazy evildoers, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Yeah.
they're punks who are having fun.
And I don't necessarily say that they are made to be one of the good people. I would say that there is deliberately a attempt to make certain that there is no one really good in the story, and they are just a force that is closer to neutral. Therefore, they look good compared to like the remnants and the enclave and the society.
I mean, it's not that. It's that they're actively kind of seen as a calming and unifying force that prevents further violence. When reality is no, they just contain it into a small group of people fighting each other.
Yeah, which in a way, yes, that's an improvement because it is more focused instead of the entire city just being a murder, slaughter, porn fest. But it is at the same time, yes, they're very much not good, and they're not something that can long term stay around.
Like, I'll grant that even that they are marginally better than having them just do whatever they want. But fact of the matter is, they are just raiders, and raiders only have two ways of getting anything for themselves. Either they take it from someone else, or they take it from other raiders, who in themselves either took it from other raiders or took it from others. They only take. They are not providing anything. They are basically
the raider economy.
They are leeches on the system. As crippled and broken as it is, all they do is take.
Which they do go and show later that is not actually the case with those who are part of the Reapers. They do take to a degree, but they are more akin to bandits than raiders because they do, in a number of their situations, actually do create. That is the case with the group that we'll get to, actually, I think, in the next chapter. But there are others that they do produce, and they do produce it without taking from others, but they mostly sustain themselves from taking because the economy is not good enough for them to produce alone because the place is a fucking hellscape. They're still bad, but they're not as bad as they could be because if they went to war, they would be taking from everyone and there would just be charged corpses everywhere. It is a step up, but it's not a good step up.
I suppose so. It's just they really rankle me up the wrong way. Like, don't get me wrong, I like the portrayal of raiders like this because it puts more nuance in how they act and what they want. But
also, it doesn't make raiders into this homogeneous group of always evil, always fucked up, like super fucked up, always druggies. It shows them that they used to be ponies, regular ponies, at some point, also. And that there is a scale.
Which is why I kin them more to bandits than raiders. It's only a step up, but it is a step.
Honestly, I think they're still raiders, they're just less extreme.
The gangers is what they are. You can make the argument that there is a line between, raiders, gangers, and bandits.
It's nuance mostly. Raiders are
Raiders are their
fatalistically hedonistic compared to gangers.
My main thing about raiders is that they are groups that only care about their insular little community, which is like up to 14 people, while bandits can actually cooperate far more than that, and then gangers are actually trying to build a society around themselves as the centerpiece of power.
Yeah, so there is a difference that they all are bastards of one cloth or another, but there is a notable difference between all of them. And I consider it more like a sliding scale of you can have traits from all of them and still be definable mostly as one group or another.
Yes.
But
there's certainly a lot to discuss about raiders and what is raiders, what isn't. But let's get back on track, maybe.
Yes. All right, chapter 15. Rampage and Glory help walk Blackjack to flank. During the walk, Rampage tells a bit about herself, the Reapers, and Sanguine. Blackjack barely makes it to flank, where Scalpel repairs her body using an autodock. However, the machine is unable to remove Taint. Blackjack and Glory listen to a third recording from P21's Pip-Buck, where back in the stable, Blackjack accidentally beats up U20, P21's lover, to death. Blackjack understands why P21 didn't want to be her friend.
That's the understatement of the fucking year.
Yeah, let it be known. Accidentally was in quote marks.
Yes, accidentally is in quote marks. Blackjack and Glory visit their local trader alley, then split up. Blackjack goes into stable 69 and to cash in contracts for finders. She doesn't find Caprice in her office and goes for a drink instead and meets a nice bar pony, also in quotation marks, who tells her that Flank would be very grateful if other chem dealers in the city were eliminated. Blackjack, Glory, and Rampage convince, quotation marks, some local chem dealers to stop selling drugs, then encounter a large drug operation located in Boom Incorporated, previously a fireworks factory. Inside the warehouse, ponies are producing chems, using addicts as lab rats to produce their products. They also keep a Hydra in a water tank, feeding it with said addicts. The team manages to free the addicts, kill the Hydra, and blow up the factory. Blackjack barely escapes the exploding building, then collapses. Blackjack is put through the autodock again. Scalpel reports she already had many clients wanting to get a detox. Since sources of cheap chems were eliminated, getting help is cheaper than buying more drugs. Glory and Rampage do other things while Blackjack goes to get some rest. Caprice apparently rewarded her with a nice hotel room in Rooms. Blackjack decides it's safe to watch a memory orb from Mirror Mare. It's about Blackjack meeting Maripony for the first time in Huffington. Blackjack comes out of the memory and finds herself wearing an explosive collar. U21 and P21 are in her room.
Okay, may I point out that Scalper reports he already has many clients wanting to get a detox. Since sources of cheap chems were eliminated, getting help is cheaper than buying more drugs. That's not how addiction fucking works.
That's not how drugs work.
Also, that's not how local economy works.
Seriously. So I'm going to step in here just a little bit. So addiction and drugs and anything involving medicine of any kind is a case of inflexible demand. You need this. Your brain makes you need this. Your body makes you need this. And you're willing to pay any amount of money to get that thing. There is no
And
amount of money that you cannot find to pay for that thing.
or anything that you can do to secure that money. If anything, it should have been a fucking riot
Oh, yeah.
from those games.
Like, I would have
Really?
imagined a more accurate picture is that you've got mobs of addicts trying to break into the clinic to find, chemicals that they can make their own homegrown bullshit with.
Yeah, like, that's more like, yeah, thanks a fucking lot. I've got addicts coming out in from every possible hole that they can find into this clinic to get anything that can give them a high.
And beyond that, she should have been jumped by a swarm of them because they're like, oh, hey, she has a bunch of money on her head. We'll just fucking get her and then we can pay any amount for Kims. Boom.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're addicts, not idiots. They're desperate, not stupid.
Yes.
Yes, again, yes.
And like, yes, there should have been an uptick of people actually wanting to get clean, but it's not going to be anywhere near the number of people who are more desperate for a high.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and...
I mean...
Sorry, I was just going to say that... Sorry, you say your thing, Sour.
Yeah, there's rarely a situation of, I'm addicted to stuff X, but it costs too much. I'ma just get clean. That rarely fucking happens. Like,
Not without a support
never
network.
heard.
Yeah.
Like, nobody does that without a support network. You need people around you that will make you want to go and get clean. Like, something to drive you. And if nothing else, make sure you're not fucking taking more drugs.
And money is usually not the motivator
No.
in these cases. It's my life has hit rock bottom and decided to go 6 feet under beyond that. And I'm becoming a horrible person and people around me are suffering. And oh, by the way, I'm slowly killing myself. That might be an incentive to get clean. And even then, it doesn't necessarily work.
Like, I can believe that maybe the addicts, specifically inside Boom Incorporated, might be more willing to go get clean because they are seeing firsthand the consequences of their actions.
Mm-hmm.
But just the general addict population in Flank, that's not going to care. Like, they're just going to get more desperate. Way more desperate.
They're going to raid clinics, look at like what they can get that they can either sell or use.
There is going to be a massive increase in crime and prostitution.
Yes.
Which I
Well
suppose
done,
was already built
Blackjack.
off of prostitution and drug dealing, so yeah.
Well done, Blackjack. You fucked up.
What you did is, well, I think that she was still right to do that, but she wasn't right to do it the way she did. Like, she needed to make sure that there was a network available to catch all the fucking addicts.
Yeah, like, if I were to rewrite this, and this chapter, like, in
Also, let me
not like this. Like,
Also.
if this should be the one part where Blackjack's genius fucking idea bites her in the ass.
It should, because I will also mention that the nice bar pony, who actually is Caprice, tells Blackjack pretty much that the Flank would be very grateful if other chem dealers in the city were eliminated.
Not sources.
The other sources. Just Caprice's sources only available.
Yes, she wants to set up a monopoly. Like, thing is that that's the wrong outcome. This is the wrong outcome for the actions that, Blackjack took. Like, what I would end up doing is pushing all these addicts to only buy their drugs from Caprice, which is precisely what Caprice wanted. But that's not what we see.
I believe that Caprice would have wanted in a result where she could have repurposed the Boom Inc. Stuff for herself.
Let us take it over.
Yeah. But then Blackjack does Blackjack, and there's no crater.
Yeah.
There's
It's
now
very in
Crater and
character.
Hydra bits.
And also now there is one less drug at all out there for healing severe wounds because Hydra was actually very useful.
Yeah,
That's good.
Hydra is a very valuable chem. And that's a key point here. It has a medical use. Absolutely. It also has an addictive use, but you don't get rid of morphine from a hospital just because morphine's addictive.
Okay, I will ask as a clarification. They keep a Hydra in a water tank.
Mm-hmm.
The creature.
Yes, but I'm talking about the drug.
Okay.
You need the drug to be synthesized from the blood of hydras.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And because that Hydra was tainted, all the Hydra that was being made had taint in it. Which is a minor problem, but it's a better outcome than, not having your limbs anymore.
Yeah, like this fucking should have blown in Blackjack's face marvelously. It should have been a what the fuck main character.
This is a
moment.
much better example of when, Blackjack fuck around and everyone else found out. This would have been a much better example of doing that.
Yes.
This is well done, Sonica. You fucked over everyone except Caprice. Yes, like if there ever was a moment that a pony takes 2 loaves of bread and puts Blackjack's head between them, like, you fucking donkey.
You're an idiot sandwich.
Yes. Blackjack, you're an idiot sandwich. This is it. This is completely it. And if I were to rewrite this chapter, that would pretty much be what happens, not in verbatim, but like in essence, like, great fucking job, you fucked up everything for everyone. Even the guy who wanted you to do this.
Yeah. Which makes the fact that Caprice gives Blackjack a room for herself more questionable. Like, unless Caprice specifically had something against Hydra because of what it did to her clientele, and she was good with other drugs, just not that one, then I could still see Caprice being happy with the outcome, but otherwise it's like, well, there goes a fucking source, and now I have to up security because all the acts are going fucking crazy.
Maybe it was actually, it never came out during the course of the fic, but maybe it was intended that Caprice gave her her own room to set up what happens at the end of this episode.
Yes, that is entirely possible.
Blackjack got set up by Caprice. Caprice has Blackjack dealing with her problems a bit too effectively for her taste, but, the problem is solved, and now time to get rid of Blackjack and maybe get some money on the side.
Yeah, which completely fits her character.
And there's no way in hell that she'd leave a paper trail. Like, she's much more manipulative.
Oh, yes.
Like, if something that this chapter did right, it's Caprice.
Yes, Caprice is actually one of my favorite side characters in Project Horizons because she is a clever pony and she is pretty intelligent, and it's nice to see a competent person who is just doing their thing.
Also, I am just going to assume that the bar Caprice has, in the back room, there's like this very deep dent in the wall where the poor smart pony has been hitting her head against because everyone else is so fucking stupid.
Given that they're in a stable, that wall is pretty damn strong, so her head is either very thick or that wall was made suboptimally.
But you might understand what I'm going for in here.
Yes.
Because currently, Caprice sounds like the only smart pony in the fic that has been shown to be intelligent.
Them, Bottlecap, and Scalpel, and the medic pony in Megamart. They're the 4 intelligent ponies.
All the brains, like they were the business ponies here. They basically monopolized all the brains in 4 people.
Yes.
Yeah.
Everyone else, fuck you.
Anyway, let's move on to chapter 16.
Mhm.
Chapter 16. U21 tries to make Blackjack walk straight to Deus, but she casually talks him out of it. That's a bit passive aggressive right there.
And yet another moron.
Not very intimidated by the fact that she has an explosive collar around her neck. After the
But she's
situation is,
not.
yeah,
Yeah,
she's not intimidated by the fact. After the situation is diffused, the three talk a bit, but they are soon interrupted by a knock on the door. It's Gem, Minnie, and Taurus of the Zodiac clan, pretending to be room service, but really just trying to kill Blackjack. U21 gets shot. His last words are that Deus wants Project Chimera. P21 and Blackjack hide in the bathtub while Taurus tries to blow them to pieces with a rocket launcher in a building.
in a small room. Like I
After
said, morons.
after
Ben
a
has
few
read-
explosions, the floor breaks. At least they got that right. There should be a bit more than the fucking floor breaking, but there we go.
For a legendary group of ponies, they really are terrible at killing one person.
Yes, they are. Yes, they fucking are. Anyway,
Oh,
the pair slides down the bathtub, ending up in the middle of the street. The street happens to be filled with dozens of ponies wanting to kill Blackjack. Deus and his bounty hunters on one side, Sidewinder and the Pecos on the other. Glory appears very confused. Bar Pony suggests a sneaky way to escape the situation by climbing on top of the exchange building and walking on some pipes. Blackjack, Glory, and Peter will find a way there through a club called Mixers. Soon the club fills with Pecos, then Rampage joins the fight. The bastards never stood a chance.
Yeah.
She stays in the club to slaughter any pony wanting to pursue the group upstairs. The trio goes to a room owned once by Octavia, even finding some of her recordings on a terminal. On top of the exchange, an Enclave pony appears trying to assassinate Glory. Turns out it was her sister Dusk. After Glory was branded, her whole family's reputation was destroyed, and Dusk wants to restore it by killing the exile. Blackjack stops her from doing that, but Dusk insists that Glory loses her name and uniform, or she'll kill her next time. Gem and Minnie appear, but Blackjack defeats them by using a magical energy weapon. I'm pretty
Detailed.
sure she defeats them by trapping them in a wall.
Yes.
yes.
Because the magic energy weapon disrupts their field.
Right.
Yeah.
That was fucking dark.
Yeah, that's a really
what?
dark.
Yeah, again with the killing of fucking children. Why do we keep doing this, Somber? Why do we keep coming back here?
Because Somber writes what they hate, which they hate children.
Yes.
Not surprising, given what I've heard.
He hates
I mean, what do you
children.
expect from a teacher?
What do you say?
Oh,
What do you expect
don't-
from an English teacher in public schools? Of course they hate children.
That's a point. I mean, I'm not too much of a child person myself. In fact, I can happily live without them. But
We're not done with the chapter yet.
no, we are not. Deus finally finds Blackjack. The Zodiacs actually help our heroes in fighting him. Blackjack takes chems and tries to survive a long time. Tries to survive long enough so P21 can pair a bomb. He combines the explosive collar, which Blackjack was wearing this whole time, with dynamite, and Gem puts it on Deus. He is finally killed by his ammunition exploding. All three Zodiacs die. Everyone is exhausted and emotionally drained after the fight. Rampage says Blackjack can now become a Reaper as she has killed one. P21 forgives Blackjack for Stable 99, but not for killing his lover.
Can we just stop for a moment and appreciate what a whiny bitch P21 is?
Yes.
yeah,
Yes.
That is P21's character to their dying note. And yes, they do die. Is that they are a whiny bitch who constantly holds something against anyone as long as he can.
yes.
Yeah, I forgive you
mean-
all you didn't stay till 91 all of my life. But you had a minuscule thing about my lover being dead right now. and I would forever, ever.
Like, I actually don't blame him for not wanting to
I can-
forgive Blackjack on this particular point. He was
Yeah,
a
I
whiny
can
bitch.
understand that. I'd be like, if someone, okay, well, lover is a different thing from husband, but never mind. If someone killed Walk, there'd be fucking murder.
I mean, yes,
Oh,
Walk is dead.
Yes.
Of course, there's murder.
Yep.
Yeah.
But yes,
a
no,
murder
it
of the
makes
person
sense.
who did it.
Because in the text of the story for this point, P21 and Blackjack talk about stable 99 for a little bit because neither of them can really stand it
Right.
that much. And P21 is like, you were just a cog in the machine there. I can't blame you for that. However, you are directly the reason why U21 is dead, so I'm still going to hate you for that. And that's reasonable. Yeah, I genuinely feel that P21's reasons for not forgiving Blackjack about U21, even though U21's death is entirely on U21's own shoulders because he got himself killed by being a goddamn moron, but that's fine. People can have unreasonable reasons for disliking someone. That is a common trait within people. So I don't think that's bad writing. It is actually probably some of the better characterization in this, where someone actually holds something irrationally against someone for a internal logic reason that makes sense.
I don't think that it's no, it's not U21 he actually cares about. It's
U21.
U20.
So U20 and U21 were both of his lovers. In fact, U21.
I don't believe he doesn't actually care about U21. He actually thinks he's a bastard. I'm pretty sure it's just U20 that he cares
So
about.
that's the thing. U20 was quote unquote killed after that incident by being thrown out of the stable. That's the only reason why.
The thing is that U20 was beaten to death by Blackjack. It's not the same person.
Okay. Thanks for...
U21 though was a close friend of P21.
That's
forget their exact relationship.
That's actually true. That's actually true. Because, as mentioned in chapter 15, in a flashback, it was U20 that was beaten to death by Blackjack.
Yeah.
And this is why you give good, proper names to characters.
Yes.
It's confusing.
Yes.
So,
but anyway,
in this case, it makes perfect sense. In this case, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I will say this: we have now ended Arc 1 of the story because Deus's death is the end of the first arc.
And here is where we begin with our own notes. And this is going to get way more passive-aggressive and fucking snide.
And it's a ride to the finish.
And I will say this:
I, for one, welcome it.
I wrote most of these notes, and this is, even as someone who enjoys the story, I do have my issues with it, and it shows through the notes.
All right.
It pretty much shows that that you care for the story when you will criticize it to high heavens.
Yes. Because I want to be better.
All right then. Chapter 17. Blackjack reveals her true name. Go fish. More like go fucking die. Fights some robots, including an Ultra Sentinel. Rampage gets crushed and gets back together again because we just wanted to have this person be an immortal for some reason. And Blackjack stumbles.
For no good reason.
Yes, and Blackjack stumbles. I don't think it was for a bad reason. I just think it's that for a reason. Blackjack stumbles upon ponies in a collapsing building, including a foal and a mare, a slaver, tied and chained, respectively, onto bed frames atop bloody mattresses, and a stallion named Frisk that moments before ran out of the room had blood on his rear legs, results in an argument between P21 and Blackjack about justice, and then about queries if Blackjack's is a murderer. Blackjack does not shoot Frisk despite desiring to.
This alludes to the fact that
Frisk is a rapist. Why isn't he shot?
Also, isn't the slaver mare the one that she let go earlier?
Yes, the same one. The same one.
So she, yeah, the
What
story.
a ding.
Yeah, What a small world in this area that is filled with thousands of ponies. Probably the highest population density outside of Manhattan. But, yes, it goes and shows, hey, look, this slaver wasn't truly evil, but they still got what was coming to them and more. A whole lot more.
Because, of course,
like-
that
also
you
like-
just have to do things like this.
Yes, you have to have
raping
gratuitous rape, yeah.
raping a slaver, that's one thing. Raping a foal. And then just letting him run off.
Or
Yeah.
just I'm going to give the small suspension of or benefit of doubt that maybe the foal was just made to watch.
I hope the fall was just made to watch.
That's not much better, but
It was just the mother, because the first was a former slave that was held by the slaver mayor and chased her down to give her a taste of her own medicine. And it's like,
Because I know this is the wasteland, and I know that, justice is not really a big thing that you can do properly in the wasteland.
it's a
This
personal
ain't
thing.
justice, Chief. This ain't justice.
Yeah. Also, I don't really like. Why is there a foal? Why?
Why did that have to be a
Just
foal?
trying-
Yes. Why did it have to be a foal?
I could.
PH has a bit of an odd habit of putting fools in proximity to sexual acts.
Or
Yes.
horrible violence.
Yes.
That's uncomfortable. I thought. But yes, I am the slaver and the this situation narratively it makes sense. It could have been written differently, and the little foal could have been like non-entity, not there, and nothing would have changed. But
It is a very questionable chapter.
yes.
Unfortunately, it is not the last.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Our thoughts on that can be summarized in one word. Why? Period.
No, actually, it was summed up in 2 words: why and yikes.
Yes.
Actually,
One singular yike.
I think my personal summarization of it is, please stop. That is the proper way to put this.
Anyway, chapter 18, which is appropriately named monsters after just what we saw here.
Yeah.
Party goes to a ghoul mansion. Everyone is separated because clearly that went well last time. Blackjack is struck by lightning. Blue Blood is executed while being a ghoul, thinking every mare he sees is Rarity, because of course he is. Another one of the marauders is found and confirmed dead. Crew escort the same ghouls and ghoul foals chapel. It's an adventure in a fucking mansion.
Yes. It takes a lot of cues from Resident Evil for the layout of the mansion. It is actually literally just one big homage to Resident Evil 1.
I see.
As is, nothing really that important matters here. Hilariously, all the important stuff about this mansion is touched on in a memory orb later. Much later.
Much later.
All that you really need to know is around when the bombs fell, people broke in, they all ghoulified, and then no one checked the place out for about 200 years.
For some reason.
Well, probably because it was radioactive and there were ghouls all around the place.
Yeah.
I mean, does that stop people at other
No.
places?
No, not really. Oh yeah, there's another important part of this. Glory gets shoved in an oven and almost cooked alive. That is not going to be the last time that we have people suffering in ways that are allegory to Auschwitz, unfortunately. That happens too much in this story.
Interesting.
Start the part mention.
Like, I feel that this is an insult to something, but I am not entirely sure what.
It's an insult to human history.
Good point.
But
Anyway,
yes, there's frankly not much there.
Oh yeah, there's also a concentration camp later, isn't there?
yep, there's a concentration camp
but
later.
Yeah, Yangtze River, or as they call it, Yellow River, which, oh god, I just realized how terrible that is to name it that.
Yes.
Is a reference to the Yangtze camp in Old World Blues.
Yeah.
That doesn't make it any better.
No.
No, but
Also,
calling
I'd love to
Yellow
hear
Camp is even worse.
like reasons, like let's make a concentration camp in here. Why?
I mean, to be fair, like they had, like America had plenty of concentration camps. Like
Yes.
it's not a. There is some historical precedent to including them in Fallout, so that means there's precedent to put them in FOE.
Unfortunately, yes.
I mean, you can pick and choose which aspects of the ponies and which aspects of Fallout to include, and interesting choice you made there, Somber.
Yes, somber why.
Anyway, so chapter 19. Blackjack is mopey about having nobody to love her because she fucked up everyone else's life.
No!
She absconds into a memory orb. Finds out that yet again Golden Blood, and not the Ministry mares, was why the Ministry did terrible things instead of their twisted desire to do good. Lacunae is added to the party, wearing only lace and being purple. I do hope you enjoy the art of that, friends. And is somehow the same color as Luna, who is dark blue. Because we saw someone that was supposed to look like Luna from a distance. Charity proves once again to be an entity of greed by taking all of the party's caps. The entire cast is self-aware that they are in a story about broken ponies and philosophically wrestling with a sophomore. Glory romances Blackjack, and then Glory does a 180 about hearing about the photographs from the moon. Deus Ex Memory Orb strikes again with more universe building related to monsters Blackjack is fighting, as tradition dictates. Story changes from to decrypt EC1101 as it has now been decrypted, and her lightning fried Pipbuck is replaced. She is now on the hunt to find where EC1101 is going because it's a command and control mega spell for every automated system in Equestria. A barely worthy mention of more constellation-named ponies show up to try and off her. As always, they lose after Blackjack takes drugs. Rampage kills another child.
Yeah, that's a chapter.
Yeah, I was wondering when that part was gonna come.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
boy.
I'm pretty sure she just squeezed the life out of a child. I think it was the same child whose parents died on the suicide conveyor belt bridge.
Yes, it is the exact same child, and yes, she hugs them to death.
I love how specifically Rampage has the soul of a child murderer, like specifically a child murderer of all things.
Why
in
is
this
it
story.
always children? Umber! Why is it always children that get your awfulest things?
Like,
I
would
mean,
it
he
hurt
was a
you to kick
teacher,
a
you
puppy?
know?
Like, I'm surprised if there's ever a moment where instead of it being a foal that gets absolutely fucked sideways in some way or
Please don't use
form,
those words.
somebody decides to just kick a puppy.
I mean,
Or a
that
kitten.
does also happen later too. Literal puppy kill.
Damn it. Damn it.
And this is why I didn't read
Wait, a
it
little what?
finished.
Mooney, you go first, then Sour.
Okay, so Somber has a thing where to make things feel worse and apparently more grim dark in their mind, which I guess, they do have anything that is universally considered innocent and sweet, well, not universally, but close enough, to be on the receiving end of some of the worst stuff for basically no reason other than to make you feel bad about the characters living in a world that fucked up.
So, okay, I thought my opinion on Somber was low before, but now I just dropped even further. I specifically have a hate boner for that kind of writing. Like when
Yes.
you just make things worse for the sake of making things worse.
Mhm.
That just incenses me like few other things do.
It's called being lazy as a writer.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
I mean, yes, there are ways to establish character bastarding, like how much of a bastard a character is, by having them do something absolutely fucking horrible, but you don't milk that constantly.
Like, okay. One thing I really think that would be changed, would be a really good idea to change, is just have less of the child brutality. Just a little
Yeah.
bit less would be nice. You know, replace a couple of the foals that you've mentally traumatized and or murdered with adults. You know, have people who are already broken and not breaking them in front of them.
Yeah, I believe we got the point with the first instance of it. This picture, basically saying that not even the innocent are safe in this world. Okay, leave it at that. We got the point. We do not need to try the.
Yeah, I think we're reaching a point where we should just glide over that in the future because we're never gonna finish this if we just
Let's
start talking
not.
about it every time it comes up.
We're gonna let's keep a running counter of how many times. You know what? I'm gonna actually add a counter in the edited video every time they bring up something awful happening to a child.
And this is why we didn't make this into a drinking game, because we would have to take a shot every time a foal was badly hurt.
Yes. Unfortunately for the counter, it's going to be a lot lower than the story actually has because I gloss over an entire chapter about full abuse.
Oh no!
Thankfully,
Oh.
this resolved with chlorine gas.
I am going to assume that there's just this one chapter going ding 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 ding.
It goes to 99.
Oh no. Anyway, chapter 20. Blackjack and Rampage fight in the rain, picking up right after chapter 19. Rampage is clearly having some cutie mark issues as a cutie mark changes from a collage of weird shit to a skull of an equid, clearly the mark of a well-adjusted pony. Also, Rampage isn't her name anymore, and there is some fucking glowing pink thing inside of her after Blackjack opens her chest up. Probably nothing to worry about. Also, Glory turns Rampage into ash, and then Rampage reforms from her ashes as a filly. Shark has officially been jumped. Also, again, strange out of place Christian mythology in my Atomic Pony story.
Shut.
More retreading of what should have been known lore for the universe and how it got fucked up. No new additions. P21 reconciles with Blackjack over being sick and drinking traditional remedies that made the deaf zebra in their settlement. Blackjack shows great strides in not being a shitbag by not wanting to take advantage of Glory's crush upon her. Blackjack eats another memory orb and rides Marigold in it, getting Blackjack's ancestors stuffed in her from Twilight. Yes, you heard that right. Seriously, this
It is
story has like
all
3
right.
sub-stories in it that should have been printed as side stories to PH as background material.
Honestly, with how absurd that entire plot is, this is probably the best way to put it.
Yes. I can go into length about how that side story should have been, but we still have to finish the chapter.
Yes, we do.
Also, might I just say that not taking advantage of someone having a crush on you is not an achievement. It's the
It
bare
isn't.
minimum.
Yes. Blackjack is getting to the point where she is achieving the bare minimum, which is unfortunate that is just that.
Being a good person is a very low bar for Blackjack, and even then, she can't quite get there.
Yeah.
She thinks she's supposed to be doing limbo with the bar that's being set.
Moving on.
Moving on. The amount of flashbacks probably has caused a temporal rut in space-time in the shape of Blackjack. Blackjack gets horn envy. Also, Huffington is in the equivalent of Equestria's Canada. Surprisingly, this means the latter. Later on, they sail out of Thunder Bay's equivalent. I don't even want to try and reconcile this with the show map. Or it's along the Erie Canal, which would also make sense. Also, boat murder. I mean, the seahorse shows up for the first time, and it's time for a ride on Splash Mountain.
I think most people here don't get what boat murder is.
It's better than calling it the proper name that it should have.
I guess.
Great boat.
We'll come to that eventually.
We'll get to the rape boat.
We'll get to it in 12 chapters.
What?
So sad.
The rape boat.
I thankfully just glossed over that part.
No. I'm just no.
It's not a pleasant chapter, Sour.
No shit.
It's just to go.
Anyway, does anyone have anything to say here? Because this is a pretty well succinct chapter. There's not much to mention here. It's just a really shitbaggy chapter.
Yeah, and again, the whole storyline of Blackjack's ancestor being Twilight, and that there's some big convoluted shit that goes on to get that ancestor to be completely unknown by everyone, and then to Stable 99 is exhausting. And
there's also the fact. There's also the fact that it's kind of weird to basically have experience yourself being inseminated.
No, that is in a later chapter. This is having her ancestor before Twilight transferred from one womb to another.
Oh, that.
Yes.
Sorry,
delightful.
I remember that there was some stuff about. Yeah, my brain just farted there. I remember some stuff about experiencing getting rutted by Big Mac at some point. I remember that being a thing. That's a later chapter,
and fairly certain I actually don't include it in the notes because it's just like, okay, that's par for the course now, moving along.
I'm going
I
to
guess
need
recording
more,
porn.
You're going to need. Sorry?
I guess recording porn memory hours was like a pastime back then.
Apparently.
Yeah.
I will actually concur with Moonlight's summary note here that having this many sub-stories in one fic is just a detriment to it because it makes it convoluted. It's hard to follow every single thread.
Yeah.
Because the sub-stories have their own strings attached to them and blah, 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 blah. So the main plot diverges from actually letting you know what EC 1101 actually is, and then to these side adventures. So the plot doesn't stay coherent.
Yeah, we'll mention it here because it's as good a place as any. One of the really good things I would have thought to replace this particular way of doing the story would be having multiple characters, which, as far as Mooney has told me, was originally the plan.
Mm-hmm.
So it was going to be something along the lines of, one character dies carrying the EC 1101 so far. One of the other members of the group takes over the file and continues on from there, filling the shoes of the leader of the group.
I think this is for another chapter.
I
think for now, let's move on to the anime chapter.
Waterfall. So chapter 21. Blackjack gets on a boat. It goes badly. I want to drink myself into a stupor, but that will be following in Blackjack's hoofsteps. The boat nearly crushes her, doing front flips down rapids.
Yeah, I just want to stop here and say, I remember specifically when I was reading this chapter, like many years ago, I had just such a hard time even imagining what's going on.
So, to explain what the Seahorse is the equivalent to U.S. Vietnam era PT boat. It's not like it's not that big, so
special.
it's small enough that
It's a patrol craft. It's basically It's not even a patrol craft. It doesn't even have guns on it.
No, it's explicitly a patrol craft, and all that's been ripped out of it.
Why would you get rid of the guns? Like, that's the only. That was the
Because they
bit you
salvaged
need.
this boat was salvaged about 40 years ago.
Can I ask for a small recap, because I want to get some more rum in my drink.
There wasn't much to miss. Blackjack gets on a boat. Things go badly. Poor Mooney wants to drink herself to death, but that would be a bad choice. Boat fucking nearly dies doing front flips through rapids, and that's pretty much where we got to.
Yeah, like I admit, I went, put rum in my drink, returned, decided no, I do not have enough rum in this to get me through. Went back.
Anyway,
Continue.
carrying on. Also, who the fuck replaces a metal hull with a wooden one? Metal is treated to not rust in the ocean. JFC Somber, are you stupid or are you trying to point out these ponies are giant morons? Also, mystical old people trope strikes again. At least this time it isn't mystical minorities. They wipe out a town of Wendigo raiders, and I mean, what fuck else am I going to call a curse that is from eating the flesh of your own? Alicorn gets a minigun and talks about the goddess hating guns because she's so magical. P21 has a PTSD flashback to Sex Dungeon 99. Rampage channels knowledge she knows not of, and is and it.
Yeah.
Galant, you actually
You cut out for like half a minute there.
Where did I cut off?
Alicorn gets up.
Alicorn gets a minigun and talks about the goddess hating guns because she's so magical. P21 gets a PTSD flashback to Sex Dungeon 99. Rampage channels knowledge she knows not of, and it's then confirmed the entire fucking groups need a few years in therapy. Trail of Tears reference for the Diamond Dog Sand Dogs. Please take a shot, lead or alcohol. Sand dogs are shown to be peaceful but misunderstood. Peace formed with Riverside, a riverside pony town. Sand dogs feel that they're written to have lines like Barney from The Simpsons. OIA comes up more, continues to be bafflingly more important than any ministry, even when saying it isn't and is a shadow ministry. Golden Blood was at one of the most important points in the FOE history. Shattered Hoof also told Luna to form the ministries. Again, character agency reduced to 0 for this OC. Stable 99 is now a raider's nest. Inhabitants went Wendigo.
Can we just stop for a moment to appreciate how ludicrous the entire OIA plot is? And everything about Golden Blood.
Yeah, okay.
I will take that lid shot. Thank you.
It seems like the only point of it was to take agency away from the main six and to basically just puppeteer them around. Oh, they weren't evil. They just let the stallion do the whole thing for them.
You know, like the whole story with the ministry mayors in FOE is that the road to Tartarus was paved with good intentions. Like no one doubted that the main six were good people from beginning to end. No one doubts that. But the fact is that good people will do bad things for the best of reasons if it is a dire situation.
Mm-hmm. Well, this makes it look like Main Six and Luna both all are just absolute morons who do not absolutely realize they've been played.
No, actually, I'm going to step in there. Luna is the only character that maintains agency, and not only that, gains more agency throughout the story.
Yes.
It's just that, the main six lose almost all agency. And so does Celestia, of all characters. She loses even less agency that she had in the story.
Yeah. And I would love to point out that this goes wonderfully against the idea that, the main six are kind of, I'm going to say, used to dealing with manipulators, especially, considering what the villains in MLP are like.
And canonically, this story has taken place where Discord was a thing, and they dealt with him in his first time getting free. They are used to manipulators.
They know precisely how people manipulate them and how they would want to manipulate them. Like they went up against the master manipulator, the grand manipulator that could possibly ever get the most advantage out of them because of his near limitless chaotic potential. And yet they're still being manipulated by just a unicorn with a very competent grasp of politics and economics.
Okay, I can understand that the main six would be a little out of depth in politics. Yes. But at the same time, like, what the fuck do you do this?
Yeah.
Why? Like, okay, I could understand if Golden Blood was like Discord in disguise, and Discord was evil still, and which he actually even is. He's at most just chaotically, I don't give a fuck.
I will say here that the Golden Blood is the son of Blue Blood.
In any case, how
No.
does Golden Blood, and just the OIA in general get all that power and resources and just influence over literally everything?
Yeah.
Apparently,
I
there's a lot
mean,
of basic.
Blue Blood doesn't explain it.
I know he does explain
Blue
it. He
Blood
does.
is kept like a he's kind of to the side, and he's kind of a fucking shit.
Well, it is
We tolerate
explained
him.
that Golden Blood had a lot of investments made as head of the OIA and making sure that he would, get right in on the best possible deals ahead of time. He also had a lot of personal wealth of some description, and basically, anytime the OIA ever requested for more funding, all he had to do is go to Big Mummy Luna and go, "Mummy, give me some more money," and she would.
Because
But why?
Okay, that made me
with
laugh.
Golden Blood and Luna's not relationship but friendship is that Golden Blood is really her first and only friend, according to the story. Which whatever, we're just going to skip the fact that the main six were her friend, but okay. And he was at Littlehorn, and that's the reason why every time he shows up, he's coughing up Pink Cloud. He is the one of the few survivors.
He's a
and he was
proto
fighting
Pink
back.
Cloud ghoul. He's a proto Canterlot ghoul.
Yeah.
And he was the one that at the very beginning of the war was the only member of Royals Evil and said, "Hey, this whole war thing is a really stupid idea because their idea of what we're about to do will make it so that the only option is to go to total war against us." And no one listened to him.
I also think he's kind of a bit like a Garrick type of character. He's
Garrick earned he earned his place.
Yes. The thing is with Golden Blood is a bastard as well. He is an illegitimate son to Golden Blood. Born
Blue Blood.
Born to Blue Blood. But still,
more confusing names.
So let's go with Gold and Blue. Let's make it nice and easy there. Gold and Blue.
Yes.
So Blue is a bastard, goes around sleeping with loads of people. Like I think it was pretty much like his mother was like a scullery maid. Nothing all that impressive. And Golden was born just pretty much was dragged along by his abusive father and was just watching shit how zebra politics was playing out. That's where he learned how to be competent with politics and economics because he spent a lot of time in the zebra lands. Where, unlike Equestria, the zebras were actively doing politics and fighting wars and, being a nation state in the modern sense of the word, while Equestria was pretty much just, how about we don't do that? How about we just be this stagnating kingdom that does nothing?
I hear some slight annoyance in Gallant's voice.
Yes, I do. Because that's not how states work!
Yeah.
Also, Staple 99 is now a raider's nest. Inhabitants went Wendigo.
It's because
Okay.
it suggested that the radiator disease doesn't just spread through consumption of meat, because I'm pretty sure the overmare went crazy first. It spread through bodily fluids too.
So,
To
yeah.
be honest, like mad cow disease itself spreads by both brain matter and bone marrow.
Because if this was a thing that was kind of glossed over in the first chapter, the overmare was raped quite extensively.
Yeah.
And she was
By-
barely more than a teenager. So yeah, we missed over that one.
Wait,
Yeah.
what?
Take a shot.
Wait,
Yes.
the
Dean
overman
had
was a
encounter.
teenager?
Yeah, she was a
Yes.
teenager.
Yes.
She actually
What?
killed her mom to get the station because she was a fucking petty child.
Well, not only that, but her mother was an abusive monster.
Yeah, that too.
Is there an
I feel
actual
like
good parent in this fic anywhere?
No! No
Actually-
good parents here! No
So-
good parents at all!
So I will say no to that, Gallant, because there's one, and unfortunately, we only get to interact with her a very little bit of time, and then she's dead.
Is it Sakashi? Because I'm pretty sure
No,
it's Sakashi.
actually, Takashi is a good mom, so there's two.
Holy
Because-
shit.
Blackjack's mom is actually a good person and was working on ending the nightmare of 99.
remind me,
Oh,
what
Jin
happened to
Rummy,
her?
yeah, Jin Rummy.
Jin Rami, so in the next chapter, they go back and they find her head on a fucking pike outside the stable.
As you do.
Yeah. She and Maintenance went against the security branch of the stable as well as the Overmare, because Overmare wasn't dead at that point. And that's the whole issue is Maintenance and the people who are clean from the Raider disease are hiding in the Maintenance tunnels and have locked it down, while the Overmare is sending out all of the rest of the populace to basically take it over and eat everyone.
I think that's a good segue to the next chapter, yes?
Yes, that's a great way to get into the next chapter. Chapter 22. Stable 99 is gassed. Apparently turning ponies into paste and eating it carries forward the Wendigo curse. Who would have thought it wasn't a virus? Blackjack stays in the stable to die with it. First major suicide attempt. It failed.
Yes.
That could also be a drinking game.
Also, that's like you have so many different ways to make your suicide attempt work. Why like that?
Like,
So the reason she goes with that is that she wants to put into 99. She feels that its legacy must not be carried forward, and she feels she carries it forward with how she treats P21.
well, not only
She
that,
also feels about the whole stable turning Raider.
it's not only that, is that she's making sure that the Raider disease doesn't create another just Raider community in these hills. One that's got basically a impenetrable bunker that they can live in.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because they were already clearing out a good chunk of the city because they had that bunker and they had premium gear. So it's like, yeah, no, this needs to not be a thing.
One good reason why she has to stay there probably was due to that being her home and just
Yeah.
basically she doomed her previous home, so she might as well go with it, basically.
Plus, also, all she's done since she's gone out is hurt people, and her life in 99 was her entirely hurting people. So
Also-
maybe I should stop hurting people.
Also, the processing of the bodies was a really big dumb by Rivets, who thought that she knew better than someone who had been outside it and experienced Raider disease.
Yes.
Rivets is the biggest dumb here. This is This is actually for once not Blackjack's fault. This was Rivets' fault.
Yes. And compounding that, Rivets would not listen to Glory, who has the actual scientific evidence pointing to it, because she wasn't a stable clone.
thing is that she'd have two stable ponies right there. One of them being Blackjack, the one who just saved your fucking home, you arrogant prick. You know, she's right there telling you, listen to the nice scientist Pegasus. She's trying to help you. Do the sensible thing and burn the fucking bodies, please. Rivets, you arrogant prick, you fucking doomed us all.
Yeah. And so they turn the air purification talismans into producing chlorine gas, and Blackjack has everyone else leave, and then turns it on because someone has to turn the switch on in Overmare's office.
Yes.
And they can't risk anyone getting out.
I believe that the chlorine talismans, because they were specifically chlorine talismans, were put in place after the event, which caused the whole thing with the segregation of males and females in '99.
Yes, because there was a civil war in this stable.
We don't exactly know what actually was the state of play before this civil war happened, but clearly the state of play made it so that, you know, the males were probably already being oppressed for one reason or another. This just made it so their numbers were much more restricted. So this is the question: what was Stable 99 like before the Civil War? We're just not told.
Yep.
We never know, and yeah, whatever came out of it was probably worse.
In some ways, I imagine it's at least worse, but until we know what it was like before, we can't really comment on whether it was worse or not, because you don't make a civil war for no reason.
Part of the Civil War, from what I remember, was a desire to leave the stable, to open the doors.
Ah, I see.
And it was the Overmare at the time and her backers were like, no, we don't want to do that because we'll lose control. And that's the reason why there's a division between security and maintenance. This maintenance was on the side of, hey, we should, go outside and, live a free life. And security is just like, no, we don't want to give up control.
It's almost like it's a commentary on how the police defend power structures.
Mm-hmm.
Let's not dwell on that point, though. Chapter 23. Blackjack shoots herself in the head, and she fails. Scotch tape is properly introduced. Blackjack gets connected to Unity because that's a thing that happens. Wakes up with the gang in some big building. Ministry plots and plans and robots of death. Visits the MASEBS tower. Huffington is noted as existing on the eastern part of Equestria. Blackjack finds out who Dejupone 3 is and visits the fucking Watcher in the flesh. Because we needed to do that.
By the way, I left it out. Watcher flies down there and picks her up.
Oh! Because that is the precise thing that this person who spent the last however many fucking centuries in that hole in the ground decided to come down and pick her up!
So, this is noted to have happened the day after Little Pip visits Spike for the first time.
That's not a good day. That is very much not a good day.
Oh, okay. So, also, Watcher goes and picks up Blackjack, yes?
Mm-hmm.
That means he's not only making himself visible to a lot of ponies by doing that pretty much because that,
they're already on the outskirts, but yes.
Yeah.
Because he's a big multi-century aged dragon, yes, carry on.
But he leaves the major plot point element unguarded.
Yes, that same element he said he's had to spend the how many fucking centuries in this hole in the ground and not be able to leave it because it's so valuable!
Oh, come on, what? Are you insinuating Blackjack isn't that important?
Yes. To
Also,
one pony compared to a machinery that can fix up everything.
also
That's not even a comparison.
Spike's lair is like next to Huffington now. Apparently.
No,
No.
it is a 4-hour flight for
Oh.
Pegasi. Is a 2-hour flight for Spike, which means that given how fast birds usually travel, it's a couple hundred miles.
It's a long fucking way.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
And you know,
thankfully,
the Enclave are obviously watching that fucking cave. They
so
want to
there's a
know
point
why
about-
that dragon's there.
So there is a point about that. Washer states in the next chapter, in the beginning of it, that specifically the day before he fucking killed some Enclavers because they had shown up after, during the time that Lil Pip was there, just as is in the base story, where Lil Pip is there and then 2 Enclave personnel show up and are like, "Hey, what the fuck's going on here? You're supposed to not do anything. You have a visitor. We're going to fucking, try to arrest them because they're a dirt pony who's not supposed to be above the clouds." And Spike is just like, "Yeah, torch you, other one of you, fuck off, learn, have the rest of the Enclave learn not to fuck with me, okay?" Yeah, that's about how that goes down. And then he decides right after that to go on our flight
They
and leave it alone.
they are
Enclave had just been there.
clearly the Enclave are going to be very closely monitoring that place, if only to find out if A, the interloper is still there. If not, they would still keep an eye on the place to find out what was so valuable that someone made the effort to fly above the clouds to see a dragon about. What reason would that person have to go there? And I'm probably thinking that the reason is in that cave that that dragon's been sitting in for the last 3 centuries.
Yeah. Because it's either they're there for the dragon, but why wouldn't the dragon just go to them? Or it's the cave itself.
Again, the Enclave are not stupid. They have brains that work and are pink and ridged.
Also, there is
Okay,
a
that's
plot
right.
point that the base story forgets, is that there is a open skylight to the sky for the Gardens of Equestria, so Pegasi could easily land up there and look down and see this giant fantastical machine.
And clearly, they can just send in a fucking unicorn that can be invisible.
Yes.
Why? You've already proven that you can do it. Why are you doing it?
The stupidity is compounding.
Like, either the Enclave are perfectly smooth-brained, mouth-breathing morons, or they just don't
Human intelligence, or in this case, pony intelligence, has an upper limit, but there's no lower limit.
It seems to. But that also makes sense with how everything went in the base story of how smooth-brained the Enclave acted.
The Enclave have kind of
Please.
earned this moniker of being bird-brained.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anyway.
There's
Poor Pegapets.
If I start, I will not stop. Let's move on. 24. Spike and Blackjack talk, show off the gardens. Talk more about the OIA and Golden Blood, because clearly fucking Spike would know anything about these guys. They are behind everything that anyone did in pre-war Equestria. The OIA bullshit never stops. Golden Blood is basically a stand-in for what Luna should have been the whole time. The Enclave crashes the party again, and Blackjack tries to get to the surface. Psycho Shy turns up, and Blackjack is captured again.
On that note,
Well-
was there ever any point of introducing Psycho Shy?
Psycho Shy actually does have a plot point that comes up eventually.
I'm pretty
the
sure
name is.
we'd already been introduced to her at some point before this.
No, this is her introduction.
You
This is
sure?
literally
Because I
her
remember like
introduction.
them having a fight at Mega Mart.
No, that is Dave's that they have the fight with. Psycho Shy shows up here and it's just like, okay, who the fuck are you? You're another Reaper. Because the thing is that Psycho-Shy situation happens at Megamart. Like, she goes to Megamart to find her friends, and then Psycho-Shy is there. And drags her off. Because, yeah, Blackjack's smart.
I will say that the OIA and Goldable stuff that Spike tells to Blackjack. Was there any reason why it had to be done in Spike's lair?
So, yes, Blackjack, after they had their initial talk, was looking around through the additional support cabins for the place for when it was built, and found that OI is simple. And it's like, hey, do you know anything about this thing? It's like, yes, I do, because I was here when it was built, so I know all about this shit. You know, I was Twilight's, best friend, so I know everyone who interacted with her.
The thing is that because wouldn't you think that Spike, of all people, after meeting Little Pip and understanding her motives and what she wants to do, don't you think that maybe, just maybe, Spike would mention to her that the OIA exists? Oh, wait, the OIA was an invention by Sunbird to just rewrite the history. That's why it was never mentioned. It wasn't a thing.
Gallet, you misunderstand. The player forgot to install that DLC when Little Pip was there, and only after that did those caves open up.
I mean, considering the Cantrell experience in the base story, you're not wrong.
In any case, I think you could also run a counter for, let's call it, something pre-war was actually Golden Blood.
Yeah, I'll have to go through the story and actually find the instances and pull them out, because I am going to lose my mind with all this.
Alright, so we have a degeneracy counter and a retcon counter then.
And the child, horrible things happen to a child.
Yes.
So that would be the degeneracy counter.
No, degeneracy would be a separate counter, because that one does deserve its own counter, because, oh god, why? And I just remembered I still have yet to get to that chapter, and I'm already cringing.
Another counter idea. Someone in the figures being an incel.
We can't keep all these counters going.
All I'm hearing is all the counters going ding 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 during the entire fucking episode.
Is there anything else on this chapter 24?
No.
No.
Chapter 25, competition. Blackjack has some fights with Reapers. B21 hangs himself and fails to die, much to his regret. Finds a letter from Stonewing thanking her for killing her. Apparently, they had just had a note in their stuff from when they died. A foreshadowing about Huffington being cursed. Leader of the Reapers has glowing eyes. Doesn't mind two of his best fighters are dead and knows way too much for some meathead with not Raider Juicer. Yeah, Big Daddy is too smart.
You were saying, Karen?
Big Daddy is way too smart. I just said Big Daddy is way too smart.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah. And Stonewing was Gorgon in the mine chapter, so...
Yeah.
Yes.
How did he... So it's just wonder, did he pre-write that letter and knew he was going to die, but too many questions.
They knew someone was eventually going to kill them, so they had a thank you letter for whoever killed them to eventually be delivered.
Imagine just running across it. That would be all good.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on. There's not much to dwell on in this chapter.
There really is not much there. I mean, Sanguine is like shown in the flesh and he's a ghoul, but it's not much. And also really creepy vibes between him and Psycho-Shy.
Yeah, really weird, abusive daddy vibes.
Yeah, that's exactly the vibes.
Yeah, the vibes, they're not good vibes. Anyway, moving on. Chapter 26.
Oh, yes, this chapter.
The story goes underground. It is a fantastic time. Scotch gets her first traumatic wasteland experience with everything trying to kill her. Lancer shows up, tries to kill Blackjack in the museum again. Legate is introduced, thanks to a mystical zebra when the crew get back to chapel. More stuff about the stars and their not so warm nature. One such one is the Eater of Souls, which landed in what became Huffington long ago. Things fallen stars do in line with taint, innovation, etc. Glory's wing gets chomped by a big robo-dog, and the crew is almost go to the core, but decide to save that for another 50 chapters.
I'm not even joking. It is actually 50 chapters.
This is chapter 26, and 50 chapters later they go to the core finally. What this?
What the fuck? Yeah. Introduction of crystal skeletons while the party is lost.
I gotta ask, what are those?
Okay, so that is either the product of some mega spell going awry, or from excessive innervation, eventually you will turn into a fucking possessed crystal skeleton that floats.
Wait, so they're literally skeletons made of crystals?
They're crystallized skeletal remains of ponies that levitate.
I'm pretty sure that it's a different mega spell because it doesn't correspond to anything we know about innovation.
Yeah. Like,
So-
it's never explained, and they show up again later in the tunnels somewhere else.
Okay, I'm considering grabbing whatever source of fire I can and just throwing this fig in it. Because at this point,
That will give you
I'm
cancer.
clocking out. Carry
Alright. Crew running through a mega spell silo complex under the city see the map of all Equestria where it has been nuked. Blackjack starts generally melting. EC-1101 is used for the first time to unlock a door, unleashing a factory turned animated abomination of metal and wire, desiring the program itself. Blackjack contaminates herself and everyone near her by firing off Trottenheimer's Folly to annihilate the living factory. Crawl through the new tunnel and get assaulted by memory fragments floating as motes of light in their escape from the accursed underground. Everyone is basically half dead, contaminated with taint, and partially liquefied from innovation. Dio makes Blackjack go a bit further, and they find an elevator to the surface.
Blackjack is not a clever pony.
Blackjack
No.
is fucking a deadly pony. You should not be near her. You should not be near her. You should not be about. You should not be here when Blackjack's about.
In fact, evacuate the entire Hoovington. Just in case.
I mean, yes, Huffington is in dire need of another mega spell. But that doesn't happen for another 22 chapters.
At this point, I would like to wonder what the alternative would have been to going into that stupid tunnel.
They would have been going into a stupider tunnel.
Legitimately, they went through there because, oh, hey, this seems to be the shortest path.
There might be a
Well,
good
then.
reason why, these tunnels aren't used all that often.
Yeah, even Rampage tells them, yeah, this is a bad idea, but whatever, I'll go with you and see what the hell goes on because it should be a show. She's right.
And,
And
Blackjack
when even
can't die.
Rampage says, when even Rampage nopes out on that initially, yeah, let's take a fall in there with us.
Because clearly
Yeah.
that was a smart idea.
Oh, don't worry. The full abuse goes up after this chapter 2.
Mm-hmm.
Because that is one count of full abuse. The next chapter has, I think, 2 counts in general.
All right, chapter 27. Blackjack wakes up on an operating table and yet another time. Gets a memory orb to the horn as a method of sedation. Memory orb contains lots of back and forth fluff with Golden Blood trying to attempt to keep the ministry mares in the galloping gala while almost dying. Blackjack wakes up at university, bound to a bed and overseen by Dr. Triage. Blackjack had to go through massive surgery to remove necrotic tissue and gets told her legs are basically marshmallows thanks to the bones losing strength and loss of an eye revealed later. Blackjack gets ferried around in a wheelchair and sees Glory, having lost her wing, requesting Dr. Triage to give her Hydra for it to regrow. In response, Dr. Triage mentions Blackjack has massive taint exposure and multiple tumors thanks to that. And all her organs are yes, and all of her organs are fucked, except reproductive, and have about 6 to 12 months to live.
Gee, except reproductive. Very
Yes,
interesting.
Actually listed in the chapter.
Oddly specific.
Yes, like
everything but that. I was going like, what?
Why did
Look,
Somber? Why
looking
did you
at
be that
this-
specific? Why were you that specific?
Like, I would have
Because-
understood if someone asked.
You know what?
Because-
It's getting to the point we're going to have a Y counter too.
I mean, that's just generally why. Every chapter is why.
Yes. In fact, the entire fucking episode is why. Mostly
Let's move on.
because why did we decide to torture ourselves?
Just
Why did we
guys-
try to just do this to ourselves? Yes. Why did I insist on doing this to all of us?
Anyway,
I
let's
told
see
you-
how her very bizarre adventure goes on.
Oh no.
God, don't compare it to JoJo because I need to find the JoJo reference in the story at some point because it's in there.
number of JoJo references in the story.
There
don't worry,
is.
We're getting close to a fucking Full Metal Alchemist reference that never dies.
Anyway, P21 tries to encourage Blackjack to settle down and toss EC1101 away from her life. First sensible fucking decision that was ever fucking suggested here.
Yes.
Exactly.
P21 heads out with Blackjack still willing to see what EC1101 was for, as she knows that it was for something bad, and thus she heads towards the Enclave outpost at the Rainbow Dash Skyport.
You know, Blackjack, have you heard that curiosity killed the cat?
No, because cats don't exist.
Satisfaction brought it back.
Not in this
Yes.
case, no.
No, Satisfaction just brought you closer to a very early grave.
Unfortunately, Satisfaction literally does bring her back from the dead.
God damn
To
it.
me.
Blackjack ponders about innovation fields. Sorry?
We'll get to the death count later.
Yeah. Blackjack ponders about innovation fields and them being spread around sporadically while going through a swamp with braced legs. Gets drowned by a frog, saved by T21 and Scotch tape. Skyport, after getting some colours to go through the lines and almost clearing a clerk to death, they reach the terminal building. There, Blackjack gets introduced as a terrorist for blowing up one vertibuck to Lieutenant Wind Whisper. Wind Whisper mentions that she has been keeping her eyes on Blackjack and her crew. DJ Pone 3 monologue about Stable 99 guessing and following Blackjack's self-loathing debate. Some talk with Enclave officials, scrapyard, debate about P21's parental status on Scotch tape, fight against Red Eye slavers, memory orb scene with Lacuni follows, followed by a debate once more about P21's parental status with Scotch, and Zodiac seeks to see Blackjack. Oh God.
I will say there was a lot of fluff I just cut off from the summary. There was just nothing.
And I remember that chapter pretty clearly. I am sorry you had to do that one.
I mean, there were multiple instances where Blackjack would go, I brought some bonus, have some chat, some lore would be discussed, or even some miniature bit of lore, and then move on. The story itself didn't go forward.
This is an actual issue with this segment of Project Horizons. Is there's a lot of merely just stalling for what feels like time.
Yeah, but this is
Silver didn't have a plan to go forward. Just go, I'm just going to bits with lore.
I think it's just someone's on record with a love for fluff.
He's a fucking literary teacher. He loves fluff. All the fluff.
I mean, I like it too, but this is just excessive.
Fluff
Basically,
should be the side dish.
basically, what I would do in this chapter was all of those fluff bits that I already got most of out of the summary, that are basically just a few words length in that summary. Just toss them out of the window. They're not. They don't move the story forward. They're stalling for time, and most importantly, the key in good writing is to cut the dull bits out.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
Tumor, remove it.
Anyway, I'm going to call a short break here, everyone. Do what you need to do. Get some drinks, get some food, go to the toilet, do what you got to.
Yes.
Yes, I'm going to need a break because I'm fuming right now.
For the you at home, there will be no break here. We'll be resuming immediately.
Yep.
And we're back, people. So, where were we then?
We're in chapter 27.
Yeah, and we had just argued, or rather, just been upset, very reasonably upset. All right. So, let's start on chapter 28. Is everyone here, just by the by?
Yep,
Indeed.
I will
unfortunately.
actually. I've got one quick notion here. At least if we're gonna hold on, I'm losing my words. So at the start of chapter 27 would be a good portion to start with a new character other than Blackjack, if it would be anything.
Yes, have her just give up the Pip-Bup program to someone else, and just live the last 12 months of her life in relative comfort, and it wouldn't be too bad.
Yep.
Given the fact that they have the ability to completely fix her too, I don't see if that was really a problem. Like, you clearly have the means to make her better. Why are you this concerned?
Yeah, I have no further additions to this other than what I previously said.
All right. Blackjack and crew go to the Collegiate and get jumped by the surviving Zodiacs because this is where they're based out of. And this clearly isn't getting old. Glory gets treatment for her nommed wing while Blackjack chats with the head of the Collegiate, who is a machine thanks to mind transference from flesh. Lore espoused about what the other projects are: biotech, cybernetics, to put in far fewer words. Medical debt is leveraged against Blackjack and crew to hand over EC-1101. They don't budge. Blackjack summarizes the story thus far off camera to the party. P21 points out a plot hole of how the Ministry of Ministries could not have been able to do everything while being near invisible. Zodiac, leader of the Collegiate, explains she is over 200 years old and exists in the computer systems as well as the head of researcher of the OIA. Basically, her body is like Mr. House from New Vegas. She just runs the college from a tube. Blackjack has 6 months to live. Blackjack and Glory make out on the roof. Blackjack has Scotch tape his memories wiped to the tunnels because she is an upstanding pony capable of making complex ethical decisions for the well-being of a minor who is not her own offspring.
Yeah, like, why didn't P21 make this decision?
No.
P21 is a fucking coward, that's why.
No. The main question is, why did Blackjack even bring Scotch tape to the tunnels in the first place?
True.
Because Blackjack's a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Are we all
Also, Scotch
exclaiming
tape
the
said
obvious
no.
today?
Like, literally, Blackjack is incapable of accepting the answer no, so when Scotch Tape said no to being left behind at chapel, he's like, oh, okay, whatever.
Hey, let's fucking get you killed. Let's get right on that, kids.
Yeah, like, instead of, like, I don't know, giving her a spanking and telling her to go to her room and then...
She should have said, if you really wanted to die that badly, Scotch Tape, just take a walk down that bridge. It's fucking the murder conveyor belt. That's what it's there for.
Is it really all that surprising that someone from Stable 99, of all places, cannot take no for an answer?
Point.
Point granted. Yes, point very much granted. Anyway,
yes, like, I imagine Staple 99 just has a placard of no is not an answer. Okay.
Anyway, Blackjack decides that with her remaining 6 months to live, she tries to get to the bottom of what EC-1101 was really for. She doesn't think it was just a key to the locks of a couple pre-war projects that were rather mundane. Instead, it is something too dangerous to just wait for someone to pick up EC-1101 off her eventual corpse. In doing so, she also turns down multiple options for her continued survival.
Good summary.
Yes, like we already mentioned, like there were plenty of means for her to not be dead in 6 months' time, yet you insisted on doing this.
Also, I would have loved for EC-1101 be just mundane. Like, all of this work, and then it's like, It's
Oh.
a fucking crop program.
Oh,
Fuck.
it's a sewage system map.
Yeah, like. Ugh.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it is the keys to the kingdom.
Yeah.
Instead of the keys to the janitorial closet.
Hmm.
Mm.
You know, if I was ever going to rewrite Project Horizons, I'd be doing it to make it so that EC1101 was nothing special, and you did all of this horrible stuff for nothing.
Yeah. And now you're a
I mean-
horrible person all
I mean-
on your own accord.
Let's be serious for a second. What point would that serve?
Yeah.
It
Like,
would be
narratively, that would be not terribly useful or fun.
Narratively, it's not to serve any point. It's to serve. The only thing it's meant to say is that sometimes things are just mundane, and you don't need to go ruining the lives of everyone you come in to for fucking something that might just be mundane.
That does not necessarily make for a good story.
That's not the point.
Well-
It's meant to be a spoof.
Yeah,
Frank,
also.
if
Might,
I were going... Go ahead, Walk.
Can you repeat?
Go ahead, Walk.
I will say that probably it can be used as a method of getting Black to actually start on the or engage with the actual plot points of the story as a basically it's her means to get out of the stable, and eventually it turned out to be a dot, but at that point she has already expressed what the actual pets of the area are. So
You know what might
Yeah.
also be fun in that hypothetical universe is that, you know, it's a key to a door that finds herself behind that door, already dead.
That would be an
Uh.
interesting outcome. Personally, though, I think making it more mundane would have still worked in that, like, oh, all it did was unlock these things. Oh god, what have I done chasing the past?
Mhm.
Like, you know,
And that sometimes the mystery is not worth it.
You know what they say, the journey beats the destination, but clearly the journey is what was the awful bit.
Hmm.
I mean,
Anyway.
yeah, the trail was made out of full corpses.
Ding! Carry on.
Anyway, chapter 29. Innovation is figured out. Star metal plus electricity equals fast body melting death. Crew comes across a town that will be important later. Breathes and sells mares to make ends meet. Blackjack and crew murder hobo through the place after negotiations break down. Pre-war plot gets dumped on us, again without anything happening around it. A solid page or two of just Ministry Mass talking and moralizing instead of it being spliced in with present time action. A false hologram of Golden Blood shows up after dusting the Flash Fillies. Rip one high-tech gang in the hoof. Glory seems to die after saving Blackjack from being pulled apart by magical machines. Alicorn friend teleports herself, P21 and Scotch tape to save them.
Again, what the Why
Use your
is
words.
Scotch tape constantly in?
Why
Does-
do the Falls keep having to suffer with the consequences?
Yes. Like, does no one look at Scotch tape like, oh shit, you're a minor, you probably shouldn't see this.
So, is this
What?
the first time Somber faked out the death of Glory?
Yes.
Kind of. Like, it was... Like, Blackjack assumed that she was dead.
Like, from what I know, Somber really hated her.
He did not like her, and this was the second time he was going to have her killed. But from what I understand, people changed his mind about it.
So basically, they Sherlock Holmes her.
Her first death was supposed to be back when her sister showed up. She was literally supposed to succeed in killing Gloria in that scene.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Alright.
join the party.
Oh no! So
Oh, no.
the glory is just there because of the reader's affection towards the character.
Yes.
Welcome to being a writer.
This is why you write the story entirely before you publish it.
Sorry, I'm going to have to
That's
disappear
true.
just again for dinner. Won't be gone very long, though. And we're back, though no time has passed for you. So let us continue on with our relentless crusade. And let's go on chapter 20, fucking 30. I'm thinking we're still in the 20s.
Ah, no, we're in the 30s now.
All right.
30. Light Hooves is a bastard. Yippee-yay.
Yes, who would have thought that Lighthooves is a bastard? Lighthooves applauds Blackjack for dropping a building upon her enemies, knocks her out, then flies away. Oh, and then Blackjack wakes up to Glory sleeping with her, alive and well. Too bad. Will have been a far better end to her. Exposition dump and lore dump. Longclave.
Yes, they are the French enclave, the Pegasi with the French accent.
Oh, look up!
But anyway, Enclave versus Thunderhead conflict is beginning to explained to be brewing. Lighthose wants to protect a Thunderhead, mixed with prior chapter where Blackjack used a Navarro Pega as a personal airliner to Huffington. It makes sense, said Enclaver, consistently bitched about Thunderhead. Source of the Wendigo virus is explained, akin to Old World Blues, Chinese prison camp, held the contagion. It's in it. It's Zebra prisoners of war, source unknown, but transmission vectors are well understood. Lighthooves mainly wants to protect Thunderhead by ending what it makes a threat, and thus the military heads will find another falsifier operation to justify their existence for another generation or two. Pointless sex scene. Divine Providence provides Blackjack with another memory orb in her time of need that is legitimately on the nose to what she has been thinking about.
It's a chapter.
It's a chapter.
So she finds another porn memory orb.
I actually, off the top of my head, do not remember which one it is, but it is way too on point for what's going on. As it is, the whole Enclave versus the Thunderhead conflict is actually, frankly, an interesting focus of how the Enclave is. It finds threats to justify its existence every so often because people are like, so why are we still in military dictatorship sitting up here when there are people downstairs? Shouldn't we just, open up, go down there and get food instead of slowly having our society fall apart up here because we can't build anything?
Yeah, it is. Again, I already expressed my joy that the Enclave was expanded and made more interesting through Project Horizons. So I'm more than happy to just say that this was a mostly good chapter, given the fact that Lighthouse just does his fucking worst to be the worst.
Mhm.
And we find out the truth behind the fucking radio disease. We now understand where it comes from, kinda, and understand its transmission vectors, kinda. Next chapter, chapter 31, a battle. Obligatory anime reference for a major recurring character who was captured and placed bomb collars on Blackjack's missing crew. The first part of this is just cringe. Blackjack manages to stay the rather terrible death awaiting her friends from a Steel Ranger suffering from terminal anime to the brain. P-21 frees himself and the others while Blackjack and the anime Steel Ranger perform a spectacle fight. When that ends, another fight starts. I think it's about 10 pages of really slow fighting. Oh, and the anime reference continues. And all this character is please stop. Foreshadowing occurs about the entire wasteland going to war and how the Enclave won't get on that action. However, we do know what they do in about 5 minutes. 2 more monster ponies show up. Sanguine is explained to be terrified of something, which is making him hunt EC-1101. So there is a bigger fish. Blackjack inflicts 200 d6 psychic damage on Rampage by further undermining the Gestalt mind that she has been by showing how she is a composite creature of folks from before the war. Sometimes you just don't do the companion quests so they don't die. Story pokes at how convenient it is that everything is lining up FOE and PH's shit is going to be down the same at the same time, and points out to the true plot of something manipulating everything to the maximal death. So the maximal death is occurring at once. Chapter ends on two scenes that should have been in the intro to the next chapter. Flesh Lab with a silver bullet, and P21 about moping about being a dad.
This is the chapter where Paladin Stronghold gets introduced.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Paladin
Yes.
Applebuck Stronghooves.
Also, Scream Room, apparently.
Yes. The room screams. But yes, there is legitimately 10 pages of battle going on that they're not even participating in, they're just describing things going on. And I actually had my eyes glazed over going through it. It is pointlessly detailed.
Ah, the one with the Reapers against the Steel Rangers or something?
Yes. And Paladin Steel Rain fucking nuking everything.
Because of course, Steel Rain does nothing but be boring and annoying.
Mm-hmm.
That's legitimately his character in the story. Also, somehow not dying from having a ship explode on him.
Just not dying until the very last moment when there's nothing he can do to prevent himself from not dying.
Yeah.
Anyway, anything people want to add about this?
What is the reason for the battle to be described in that full detail, though?
I don't know. I
There
think he
isn't
just.
the reason.
I am going to assume the reason is Sumper watched some anime.
Yeah.
Probably.
Partially that. The other part of it, I mean, to be fair, this was being run right as Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood had finished up being dubbed, so that's probably fresh in their mind. The other part of it is, I'm pretty certain a lot of it was just, oh hey, I haven't gotten my word count high enough yet to continue my trend of having excessively long chapters. Time to write nothing.
And maybe to show off the Reapers, I guess, some more. Maybe.
I guess they were showing off enough at the arena, which kind of showed how they worked, and it was interesting. And we got to start knowing different, I almost call them cults of the Reapers, but that's honestly close enough. Honestly, I really still dig Rampage. I like Blackjack digging into what she is interesting because we're getting to see a very complex character, not managed well, but it's still interesting.
Yeah, I can see that. So, definitely some. I just wonder why would Blackjack be on the side of a battlefield like a freaking reporter?
Yep.
I mean, she isn't. She's literally just kind of sitting there because she's like, okay, I'm waiting for us to have an opportunity to run, and then just doesn't.
Plus,
I think she's
Blackjack
just
had
getting off to the carnage and murder and destruction.
And I mean, let's not forget that Blackjack, I believe, instigated that by didn't she start that whole war between the Reapers and Steel
Yes, she did.
Rangers in order?
Yes. When they were on the boat, they went past an area called Zenith Bridge under it, and because they were at risk of both sides shooting them, she threw a bomb at the Steel Rangers.
I would have thought that throwing a bomb at the Reapers might have actually been a safer choice there, but there we go.
Right.
Like, if someone throws a bomb at the Reapers, there's a good chance that the Reapers might have thrown it at themselves.
Yes.
Anyway,
So basically, battle description shouldn't be that long. It should be more focused on BJ getting out of there as soon as possible and not just her looking around and see what's going on.
Yeah, pretty much. And also fucking flex armor. The fucking Paladin Applebuck Stronghooves, his armor responds to fucking flexing, and it flies off him.
I think it's
not.
pretty much just an Armstrong reference.
It
and
is.
Like, that's entirely what he is.
stops.
Nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
But he does most of the flexing out of armor. Like, he legitimately gets out of armor to flex again to really show off with his body. I'm just like, please, just someone randomly snipe him.
Please, just could someone just
End
like
my suffering.
where will my suffering end?
Just pop his muscles with a sniper rifle when he's flexing.
Oh god, wouldn't it have been fucking glorious if his muscles were actually inflatable at that one episode of SpongeBob. Anyway, moving on. Chapter 32. Prolonged master reference in a room made of uncountable ponies fused together with the room itself, flesh and metal. Also direct quotes from the master alluding to that this creature is a composite being akin to the goddess, flesh fused together in minds in concert together as a greater being, thankfully trapped in a single room, ready to be disposed of with enough fire. And with enough fire, they are disposed of. Thank you, Rampage. Suffice to say, chaos magic equals taint/flux. Matter-antimatter reaction between the moonstone and star metal, sliced open bullet for Blackjack's mega spell in a pocket was a combination of the three. When it sliced, it released a vaporized taint causing mutations. Proximity to star metal made everything fuse into one thing, screaming a singular note, inspired by the star metal. Animated Factory from before in the underground was revisited by Rampage when she wasn't part of the team and found to be all tidied up. Note: star metal plus moonstone equals radiation. Proper radiation. It emits energy along all wavelengths. Also, radiation feels good to goddess-based alicorns. God, this fic is too horny. Also, Blackjack is now growing tentacles everywhere. Some real chaos spawn hours going on here. I have to say this was a third of a chapter, but this was all
Can
that
you,
precludes to the title.
Gallant, you kind of went quieter. Can you repeat that?
I have to say that this was a third of a chapter, but this was all that precludes the title. Now, the chapter is going to be the floating bunker of the Steel Rangers at port. Pacing seems to be a word missing in Sombra's vocabulary. Anime Ranger returns, tells Blackjack to want to do so quest objectives are updated. Alicorn of the group also has a crush on him, desperately moving on now. Continuing the naval base tour, the group has to fess up to mind-wiping Scotch. She is reasonably pissed off. The group goes underground to get EC-1101 to check a potential recipient for it is still alive. Underground is always a bad idea. Ghouls and worse are fought and killed. Once EC-1101's objective is complete, Blackjack splits the party in a suicidal attempt to stop the Steel Rangers from killing everyone in the hoof with HMS Celestia. A big-ass battleship, they just got functional. This goes well for about 3 minutes before finding the crew of the Seahorse in captivity and soon to be executed along with 2 half-fish ponies, not sea ponies, they're mutants. Blackjack sneaks out with Rampage as P-21 works with the prisoners. Rampage and Blackjack get spotted by Steel Rain, get shot at. The Elder gets pissed and then executed by Steel Rain and 90% of the chapter. Blackjack runs a bit more, loses her other eye, and then fixes fire volley straight down through the ship to stop it firing and leveling another faction's HQ in the city. So, I want to talk about the Steel Rangers. These
Escalation.
guys are, yes, and these guys are massive cunts.
Yes. Because they were loading battleships' cannons with shells that were Balefire bombs to nuke the HQs of the other competing factions in the city. They wanted to slaughter everyone. Amazing.
Like, why would the Steel Rangers even fucking care? Like, clearly, like the Elder didn't lose the situation before this.
They wouldn't.
Actually, the Elder has been usurped over the past couple of weeks because of Blackjack throwing that fucking bomb.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, because it's like, oh, they're doing nothing. They've just let us be slaughtered constantly by the inhabitants of the city. Oh, Steel Rain wants to actually do something? You know what? That sounds fucking good.
Nice one, Blackjack. Nice one.
Yet
She caused the genocide of the city, yes.
Yet again, another example of Blackjack fucking around and everyone else finding out.
Thankfully, this time, Blackjack also found out.
Yeah, a little bit of a, poetic irony there, but, she found out the least amount in this fucking circumstance.
Yeah, because Blackjack didn't get shot by a, I don't know, 16-pounder.
120 millimeter cannon.
Okay, thank you for the
The
exact
120
measurement.
millimeters, that's a pretty big fucking gun. I'm just
In
going to look
fact,
up how big
two
it
of them.
is.
That's a
And
main
like-
battle tank. Huh?
What would be the pound weight of the ammunition of a 120 millimeter gun?
Why?
Because I want to know how big this thing is.
And the fact that it reloads enough times to at least shoot 4 rounds per barrel.
Also, yeah, it doesn't matter. It can be variable.
Yeah. And they were HE shells, by the way, so.
Oh, good God.
120 millimeter HE would obliterate you.
I mean,
You
it
would be
does make
dead.
her lift off the ground from it missing her.
Like, it wouldn't matter if it missed her. What she would
Yes.
be is she would be a
Pressure wave.
collection of jelly in a skin envelope.
So her bones are already jelly at this point. The main thing is that her internal organs would be crushed from the shockwave.
Like any
No.
of her remaining organs would be pate before the blast would be done. If she survives the blast somehow, the shrapnel from just being near it would turn her also into a very holy bag of jelly.
Well, may I point out that this is some kind of super plot armor going on. Like, she's abused to no end, but goddammit, she doesn't die.
This is why you make your stakes smaller, so that way when you escalate, it's only by a small amount.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I just want to point out, a 120 millimeter gun alone would be about the size of a pony, maybe. Just the breach and everything.
I mean, it is on a piece of power armor, so you could more reasonably, not reasonably, but
not really.
more reasonably, be able to conclude that you could carry it.
It just thinks a little bit less.
Next chapter?
Yes,
Or-
next chapter. We're very nearly at the point we're going to stop for today.
Yes. Oh,
Chapter
Here comes the
33.
fun part.
Yes, the fun
Oh, no.
chapter.
Oh no, this is that chapter!
Yes.
By which I mean that chapter.
If there's any
Disclosure.
chapter that will provide any sort of opinion on Project Crisis, this is it.
Yes. Disclosure to viewers: this chapter is infamous and has a content warning actually at the beginning of it. If you were to read it, it is entirely advisable to skip it and just understand Blackjack fucking dies, and then
Yeah.
doesn't.
Anyway,
That's not
with
the
that
worst
out of the
happens.
way, we'll be moving on with this. Blackjack is rescued from certain death, and the seahorse sails to Temponi Tower with the Zodiac's blessing to try and save Blackjack, who is blind, barely still a pony, and likely going to die from residual trauma to her body. Blackjack now has some out of time experiences, seeing a future resulting from her failure. It's pretty nice until realizing everyone is soulless and singing the tune of innovation. A world unified in unmoving, unthinking harmony. This is the penultimate bad end for Project Horizons. Lots of torture porn here. Moving on. Not that the chapter gets any better. Glory abuses memory orbs to keep Blackjack from telling her that she is going to die, as she mutates into something distinctly not equine. Blackjack experiences a dream from Lacunae, who she was originally. Some pre-war assassin and religious. Yeah, because there were some quite overwhelming amounts of Christian theology around Psalm. Yes, that was her name before she became Lacunae. Psalm. Moving on, and that Twilight hooking up with Big Mac. The famous boat rape scene. It's a scene that happens, and it's not pleasant. Nails are involved, and there is a brutal rape. Nothing more needs to be said. P21 and the others return and capture most of the folks from the pony breeding town and are disgusted by what happened, and reasonably want to execute them. No more loose ends. Blackjack objects. Blackjack isn't allowed to die. Rampage's murder Sona declines to kill her, and then Blackjack actually dies. This isn't the end. Why, oh why?
Ah,
Why?
yes.
I hope you enjoy how dry my delivery was, because it's the death of me inside.
This chapter, frankly, doesn't
It
have
doesn't
any
need to
reason
exist.
to exist.
Like
frank.
removing the part where the rape happens and just having her like slowly spiraling between glimpses of, well, not even glimpses, but dipping back into reality for a moment and then going back into basically her brain's last few sparks would have been fine. The rape
Okay.
part is unnecessary. It does nothing for the story.
That's not. And I will rephrase. Cutting that off and then basically making it to drift back and forward between countries would have been much better. Though this torture stuff either just I do not have any any ounce of goodwill for this chapter because the moment you as a writer have to put a content warning at the top of the page and basically break the flow of that, you know you have fucked up.
Yes.
I want to point out also here that she let herself be done like this and not just die for protecting Scotch Tape, who was still in the boat with her at the time and was then forced to watch as this all happened.
Ding!
Yes. Personally, this chapter should have been Blackjack repeatedly trying to say her goodbyes to her friends, and then being like, "No, shut up! We're not letting you die," and forcing her into memories. It would have been a much more. It would feel more like all the characters are actually doing something that they want to do, and it's important to the story of showing, hey, these people actually care about her, even though a lot of times they're angry and frustrated at her. They're like, no, you're one of the few people that we have in our lives. We're not going to let you die. We're not going to accept that you're going to die. A little bit better.
Yeah, I would rather publish that than whatever this is.
Honestly, they could have just included, the very ending, or sorry, the beginning of this bit, having her just be taken away on the seahorse towards Tempony Tower, and the ending of chapter 32 is that. Chapter 33 is basically where chapter 34 is. Everything else is entirely unnecessary. This is a gratuitous scene just to cause suffering to both the reader from an enjoyment perspective, to it make suffering for the characters from a fucking masochistic perspective, and just generally is not a good time had by anybody.
Yes.
Yeah,
I am also going to assume that Somber was having a bad time as well.
Yes, I almost certainly.
I feel like this is tying in that whole making things worse for the sake of making them worse.
Probably.
Like, I can't be in the mind of Somber and think that. Like, I've heard stories of Somber. Not going to try and, put him in the shit for this, because he's got plenty of reasons to be in the shit all on his own, even without trying to make excuses for him. But often his writing got darker when his own personal life was darker.
Mm-hmm.
He often made scenes worse for Blackjack when he was at an emotional low, especially when he was between significant partners. I remember that being a cause for concern from people who were close to him.
Yes, and I can attest to that. I don't want to go into the specifics, but there was a point in time where the two of us were friends, and I had to help through some very tough times. Again, for the sake of not saying too much about them publicly, it was a very rough time for them, and I feel sorry for them, frankly.
So yeah, let's not dwell on this. Like, this was bad writing. Somber probably should not have wrote this chapter for a number of reasons. One, the content. One, for his own state of mind. But we
Yes.
have this chapter exists. There isn't much here that's worth salvaging. Frankly, it just doesn't need to exist. So,
Yes.
assuming this is probably was the darkest point in his life at that point, I'm going to write this off and try and hope that Somber was a much better person than this.
Yeah, and as mentioned by the chapter itself, it's a chapter itself, chapters over content warning. Yep, take it to heart and take it into good consideration because it exists there for a reason.
Like, if he thought this was just, he wasn't self aware of the fact that it was a very gratuitous chapter, he probably wouldn't have put that there.
They only put it there because they felt something that I had felt before with writing some things where it's like, as much as I hate this, I feel it needs to be there because I can't accept deleting it. As much as Somber really says, just skip it. Just do not read it.
All right. Let's move on. Chapter 34. Going to be frank, the start of this chapter is has some great visuals that I adore. Blackjack is fucking dead. Afterlife is boring as fuck. It is nothingness. However, the stars are visualized in a way that likely isn't any physical representation of them, and they are varied and strange like Old Testament angels. Again, that might have been intentional because Somber really does like his Christian theology all over his post-apocalyptic horses.
Mm-hmm.
All sing through, singing different though. Impossible notes, Lovecraftian shit that isn't hostile and madness-inducing, clearly meant to be unknowable but indifferent. The origin of the world is told. A star fell, arrogant and fighting against death until it was snuffed out by another. Twinned, these dead entities spiraled out to form all other motes in the universe, to travel forever so that its song could not drown out the others, until it encountered Equus, where the twins curved and crashed into Equus and its moon. The black iron heart of an undead star snuffing out life and waiting for life to begin again to revive it with their own being. In the end, the Easter of Souls is just that, a star that fell, cruel, arrogant, and hungry for life. Hungry for life anew, for life eternal. The one who killed it, stuck on the moon, unable to return and snuff out the baleful star. Huffington is built on this corpse star. It was the precursor Zebra City at the edge of history. Life was fed to it before and again, suggests that Celestia and Luna were born from a falling star, their spirit, that is, which is beyond them, consumed by the undead star lodged in the Equus. Later, it ensnared Luna. Luna's stay on the moon slowly removed the taint of the undead star due to the other star, which had come with it as its jailer. The war was not the fault of the star, it merely fed on the slaughtered souls of those who fell, awakened by death, made it fat from the war. This whole thing being told through the inference and the droning song of stars wishing to end the abomination that was once of their kind. It seems to have forgotten the whole thing. She saw while dead, which makes sense, given it was something her soul, not her brain, saw. Self-loathing is up 200%. Oh, and Little Pip praises Blackjack for letting her rapists go so they can have another second chance. There is some awkward jerking off by Somber to their own story. Blackjack and Pip do a lot of drugs and make a phone call to Spike. Okay.
I will say up until that last summary bit when BJ wakes up, it was good.
Yes, it legitimately, that is my favorite part of the entire story, is that segment.
Yeah, I think it's actually really fun, a really interesting way of like it's not like the afterlife of Pink Eyes, which is quite explicitly paradise,
Mhm.
but it does imply that soul stuff does stick around long after your physical stuff is gone. Which is interesting, though this isn't going to be the last time that she dies and sees something on the other side.
Nope.
And frankly, that could
Which
have been an interesting.
sounds.
I
Well,
mean, that would have been more interesting with the, passing on the mantle to another character thing. If each one of them catches another glimpse of this afterlife and backstory, which they, however, cannot impart to the living anymore, and they cannot share that amongst each other either. So those are the puzzle pieces that only the reader sees.
I mean, that would be interesting.
exactly.
Alas, this path was not taken.
Nope.
Yes. I am really shocked and appalled that Little Pip would even praise Blackjack for being so unreasonably merciful.
Yeah, that's not Little Pip.
No.
No,
No.
that's
Little
like
Pip is
more
vengeful.
likely, more like action,
ARBU.
more
Yes,
likely.
Little Pip is a vengeful motherfucker.
And she
Hey,
is quite moralistic, so
let Sama speak.
no.
Also give Sarah a
Sorry.
moment.
More likely, Pip would have given Blackjack a pat on the back and a bullet on the brain.
No, I don't think she's quite I don't think she's gonna straight up blame Blackjack for being overly merciful, but clearly she is not going to approve of her actions.
Exactly.
And unfortunately, this won't be the last time that kind of crime is quite conspicuously forgiven.
Why?
But it's because Somber just writes this way. Like, what do you want me to tell you?
Is a cautionary tale how not to write.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. I will say that Zombie occasionally does things, well, as we saw just
Like,
now.
Somber can write really good stuff, but he
Mhm.
also, I'm not sure why he does things the way he does. Like, I really would like to talk to him about all this. Like, I really would like to have a long conversation about why he's done things the way he did.
I believe Blackjack may suffer from a similar syndrome that Morning Glory does. That as he basically Blackjack is technically supposed to be dead at this point by his original plans.
At this point, the story will have passed to being from the point of view of Scotch tape.
Yes. So, but Blackjack is still around because he's popular.
Yep.
The character lives on just because of its popularity and thus has to suffer everything going. So I'm not that surprised that when the author just goes on to put all hate on that particular character, because the author doesn't didn't want the character to be around anymore, and yet it's still there through insistence. So
So then
the
again,
author doesn't care about the character anymore. So all bets are off.
Somber, like I wish Somber would have had the mental fortitude to go with the story they wanted to write instead of
Yes.
caving in. Okay, this character is liked. Well, so fucking what? I decided that they die, so they die.
And that is a thing that I remember very clearly happening around the point that this chapter was out, of some are lamenting having to get into writing the story that their readers wanted.
So I want to point out here, this is a big thing about art in general. especially in this more specific writing and acting kind of industries, places that you're buying a product and you want to consume this product. The whole thing with this is that there is an incentive to, even if you're not making any monetary gains from it, you want to make a product that people want to consume because you want them to consume it. So you do have an incentive to write things that people want to read. And if people want to read a certain character staying alive, it's really hard to keep to the vision that you had in mind and not just capitulate to the crowd, because you do want the crowd to read the work.
Mhm.
And if you don't
It
give
is-
them what they want, there is a reasonable, realistic fear that they just won't read it. They just won't take on the content that you want to make for them.
In this case, I will add that George R.R. Martin is probably the exception on this because he hasn't budged down on basically killing of main characters.
Oh yeah, and we saw what happened when some other writer took control of his story and started not killing characters.
Yeah, that went
Mhm.
shit.
Let's not get on a Game of Thrones fucking rant here, because I could be
Yeah.
on that for many hours. Suffice it
Yeah.
to say, George R. R. Martin is not a coward.
Yeah.
Moving on.
True. So, yeah.
Anyone
and,
else?
again,
Yeah, let's move on.
Yeah, alright. Chapter 35. Party is still mingling with the original FOE cast. At the start, there is karaoke involved. Dealer shows up again and frankly tells Blackjack to take a knee and get some fucking help. Again, some sensible advice from someone who's got. Why is no one listening to sensible advice in this story?
because that would make the story stop.
Also, she's Twilight's descendant, who was transferred to Marigold before Marigold went into space, so she is all kinds of special. It's kind of weak writing. A new secret organization is revealed! Because a pony is trying to send ponies to Huffington and then explodes when pressed by Blackjack. Also, the focus for innovation is finally uncovered. Star metal rings plus electricity equals innovation field. Pre-war used them as pest control. Overcharged it was pest control on a bigger scale. All life equals pests. Blackjack also clearly has ADHD, but flat out stated. Also, Mare exploded that caused Blackjack to be in prison in Tempony due to ponies outside of Huffington don't just up and explode on their own.
Oh.
Horny story is horny again, moving on from the dinner party and subsequent horny paragraphs.
Yeah, it got uncomfortable for that last third of the chapter.
Like, okay, it's well, we haven't even dealt with the last fucking villain yet, and they're already revealing the next one, or
Also, very
hinting to the next one.
anime formula.
The idea, I get what he is going behind because it was already alluded to that Sanguine was very fucking scared of something, trying to get ahead of it. And this is like, hey, so remember that plot point? Well, it's coming to the, coming towards the forefront because this secret organization is doing stuff outside of Huffington, causing more people to go there for what ends we don't know, though we kind of know already because of the previous chapter. It's to fucking feed the Eater of Stars, or Eater of Souls. Both are appropriate names. But yeah.
I remember there wasn't during this chapter that Little Pip and Blackjack go on a fucking adventure together.
No, that's the previous chapter where they do a bunch of drugs and then make a phone call to Spike. Because they do that by going through Red Eye's army that's stationed outside of Tin Pony. And get
Right,
him
yeah.
to...
It's in that chapter that Little Pip also manages to convince Red Eye to take away the bomb?
Yes, because there's a Balefire bomb underneath of Tin Pony as the big threat to it.
We didn't
She
need to know
convinces-
that, Somber. We did not need to know that.
Yes. We get told it anyways in the fucking base story, so it's like, why are we here?
Like,
The
they
answer
don't
is
need to
just
go
to
into
suffer.
Just
detail.
to suffer.
Yes, just to suffer.
Yeah.
But the thing is that we don't need to know that, but it's also like, hey, so we're giving you the time period of this, and everything that happens here is not going to be mentioned in the main story because Little Pip fucking wipes her own mind. Yeah. That's the reason why it's never mentioned, is because Little Pip, in a brief moment she gets to touch on this, it has her mind wiped afterwards.
Somber, you really didn't need to fucking crowbar your character in like that.
Oh, and don't forget, 35 ends with a foursome between Glory, Homage, Little Pip, and Blackjack.
Why, though? But why?
Why do you think that line is in there? Horny story is horny again, moving on from the dinner party and subsequent horny paragraphs.
Yes. The Little Pip definitely kissed back chapter.
Like, you didn't need to do that. Like, there's someone in that conversation there that was in the main story that would have known what happened. Because they didn't
Yes.
they did not blood the memories.
Especially since Glory and Velvet Remedy sung karaoke together. And Calamity and Glory hung out for a fair bit talking about enclave politics. But it's nothing new that gets told there. It's literally just an expressive retelling of what was said before about everyone else outside of Thunderhead hating Thunderhead for actually having resources from the ground, for actually being goddamn intelligent for once in the entirety of the Enclave's existence.
Yes.
Can someone please just end me now?
I'm
But
sorry,
with-
you requested that we do the entirety of the story.
Yes, I did,
You are not
and I
allowed
regret
to
my
die.
decision.
Uh,
Make
Anyway,
the suggestion now. We do not do marking number 7 next year.
oh yeah, that'll be too
No.
long. We'll never get through
No.
that.
Like, as much as I love marking number 7 and all of its depressiveness, no.
We'll never get through it. The chapters are fucking too long.
Yes.
30,000
Fucking
more
Fuzzy.
words.
I love you, Fuzzy. You're a great writer, but you did not have to go competing with Somber for chapter length.
So that's not what happened there. Summer saw that Fuzzy was getting away with that much, and it's like, I need to up my game.
wait, it was the opposite way around.
Somber, no.
Oh.
Yes,
Somber,
it was the other way
no.
around.
It's
Still,
not a milestone that you need to reach
Somber, you
chapter length. Like,
you
no,
don't need to
no.
make your dick bigger. Please stop.
There's
It's not the length of your chapter, it's the quality of your chapter that matters.
Stop
Oh.
writing manga volumes for a chapter.
Yeah.
That is legitimately how it feels. Is I'm reading an entire manga volume in one sitting for a chapter.
Anyway, folks, because of the length of how long this has been going on, I'm going to be honest with you. We're pretty much going to have to, cut this into multiple parts at this point. So
As
this
expected.
is the end of at least part 1, probably part 1.
Yes.
Anyway,
Yes.
this is in Post-Apoc Horse Talk. I've been your host, Giantagius. These are my co-hosts, BG and Nexus of Concordia. And my guests tonight have been Whack, Sour Cherry, and Moonlight Grimoire. And until next time, read Project Horizons, but this is just painful.
I miss my brain cells.
We all
I
miss our
did-
brain cells.